Alright, mic test, test. Is there an echo? Mic test, test. Is there an echo? Alright, it sounds like it's better. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, so I was informed yesterday that there was an echo on the mic, and there's a slight echo. Yeah, so I tried the mic out on, so I'm streaming from my Windows, because you have to be on Windows to run Moto. I tried recording on my Mac, and the echo is not present there. So it's not the mic itself, and I haven't changed any of the settings in OBS, so I have no idea why it would be echoing. And then I tried flipping, I tried recording different ways, and I tried flipping between different scenes on OBS, and it went from having an echo to not having one, and so I don't understand what's happening. It sounds like it's not as bad as it was yesterday, so maybe this is good enough. But it doesn't seem to be a hardware issue, and it doesn't seem to be a software issue either. I have my OBS on my Windows is set up exactly the same way as on my Mac, and I haven't changed it at all, and yet suddenly there's this echo. Windows voodoo. Anyway, so yesterday I lost my mind. I drafted what I thought was a pretty good deck, like pretty good, and then proceeded to run into two of the best limited decks I've ever seen in a row that always had the best card for the situation. So if you get enjoyment from myself malding all over the screen, you can go watch yesterday's stream. Starts about, I think it was the third draft we did, so it starts about like 4 hours and 19 minutes in, I believe, is roughly when that happens. Meanwhile, we are all the way up to draft number 16 of Aetherdrift. I've said it before that even good draft environments usually can't survive more than like 20 go-arounds. That starts getting really stale. I'm not quite at that point yet, but I am starting to see like all the same patterns. I think the major problems that I have with the set for limited purposes right now are that green is far and away better than the other colors. And it's not better in terms of like the green cards on a power level are better than them. It's more that green has more really solid commons and uncommons that it really doesn't take a lot of work to make good. Whereas the other colors might have fewer, or they might have more cards that are like synergy dependent, and so it's not as easy to build decks around them. So I just always wind up gravitating towards green if possible. Are there any other specific issues that I have? Let's look at set, VFT, and let's sort all the uncommons out, or all the rares out rather, because yes, the rares exist, but mostly the set is going to be built around the commons and uncommons. Alright, so my problems with it so far, I think Brightfield Glider is absolute crap, and I don't understand why it is the way it is. Like, I don't really get why the saddle cost on this thing is 3. I think if it was 2, it'd be reasonable. Then you could play a follow-up creature, saddle it, start attacking. When it's 3, that means that there's much fewer creatures that can actually use it. Collision Course is like on and off good, bad. There's a lot of cards where, like Daring Mechanic, for example, where it's not nearly as good as it looks. And you might say, well, what's the problem with that? Like, aren't there always cards that look better than they actually are, or vice versa? I think the problem is, it's not so much that your expectations are being defied, it's that the card should be better or worse than it actually is. Especially in the case of Collision Course and Daring Mechanic. What else? I'm still baffled that Windrakes are no longer good. There's just lots of cards where I think I would have like tweaked numbers on them to make them better or worse. And I always have little pet peeves all over the place, like, where is the card? We'll get to it in the multicolor section. It's a Rakdos card. Where is it? Shouldn't it be here? Yeah, the Rakdos vehicle. Oh, here it is. It's for some reason this isn't in order. Okay, yeah. Apocalypse Runner. I really, really fucking hate cards that make it so that you just can't block. I don't care if it's limited, like it's 4 mana, it's limited to only things that cost 2 or less. I just hate not being able to block. And I don't mean like, oh, well, creatures have flying. It's like, well, yeah, sure, but you can have creatures with flying, you can have creatures with reach. I just absolutely despise the, no, you just flat out can't block. There's nothing you can do unless you have a removal spell or you can race them. You're just going to lose. Even though I wouldn't say that Apocalypse Runner in particular is like a problem card that I have, but I don't like this type of design. Other than that, though, it's mainly just I would tweak a lot of cards to fix power level issues. In particular, the colors needed to have been rebalanced. There's just way too many green cards. Okay, so let's do a comparison, right? So let's look at color is green, right? So how many green commons and uncommons are like you are happy to take this card, right? Like this card's good, you're happy to take it. It's gonna be good in your deck. Like, I guess let's say rarity equals commons, right? So Jaguar, Beast Rider, Hazard, Runover, Scurryfoot, Lagak. So that's already 6. And then I would say like Surveyor's pretty good too, but let's just say 6 there, right? And if we compare that to other colors, so like white, which cards am I happy to take here? Like none of these really. These are all like whatever cards. I'm happy to take Ride's End, but then all the other cards are just eh. Then we've got blue. So over here, Flood the Engine's okay removal. And that's basically it. Then we look at black. So black has Overdrive is a really good combat trick, Spin Out, Packed All. So like those 3. And then if we look at red, Crash and Burn, Lightning Strike, Thunderhead Gunner. So green has like twice as many good green commons, and they're also better on the power level scale than all the other colors. So it's kind of an issue. But anyway. I also think the set has been surprisingly unimpactful in Standard so far. Now obviously we still have the Pro Tour. So we haven't seen all the brews that the pros have done, but it seems like so far the only cards that are actually affecting Standard are... let's see. Glory Heathlinks, I think, is like a reasonable card in white decks to just keep getting keep getting planes. Perilous Snare is a perfectly fine removal spell. Ride's End has been slotted into like the Zur decks, because it's a removal spell that triggers Beanstalk. And so far this hasn't shown up anywhere. Bounce Off, it just replaces Unsummon because it's just a better Unsummon, but that fundamentally doesn't really change anything. There have been some repurposing Bay decks built. I don't know if any of those will actually be good enough to be like top tier, but those have been built. There's some decent modern cards, but not a lot popping up in Standard. Yeah, are there decent modern cards? Let's see, none of that. Black. Gas Guzzler is good in Raise the Past. I would also assume Gonti, like there are decks that play Enduring Curiosity. I assume those decks might play Gonti as well. Grim Bauble is Basically, it seems like it's not even main deck, like it's a sideboard addition to the bounce decks. And then we've got, obviously, Momentum Breaker has shown up as another bounce deck card. Quag Feast for playing and Raise the Past. Burnout Bastronaut could be an addition to red aggro, and I've seen some people play Count on Luck as well, and sometimes Burner Rocket, but mostly it seems like the mouse package is still intact, and these cards have a rough go of it to actually see play. Catchermose and Monument, yeah, so those are the main ones. Okay, so there's like the Draconautics Afterburner deck, that got added. That's a new deck, and then Hazoret, surprisingly, I don't think has shown up at all. There's Mako, which got added to the Hollow Vine decks in Modern. There's Afterburner. I thought there was going to be a Dinosaur deck, but it doesn't look like it. At least so far. I don't think this has really shown up. Dredger's Insight in Afterburner, and I think it's in Roots, although I don't remember. Some ramp decks have World Wagon. Here's another Roots deck card, Molt Tender. And then Bright Glass, shown up some places, mainly there's the Green-White Cage aggro decks, and then some Repurposing Bay type decks. Coldstoke hasn't shown up yet, even though I think the card's pretty good. Far Fortune and Gastel Thrillseeker look like good aggro cards, but it just looks like no one's building the Rakdos and or Lizards deck. Have not seen a Haunt the Network deck yet. Loot has shown up as in like Otters, but Otters sucks. Catchermose obviously is like the big standout of the set. It's played all over the place. No Affinity decks so far. Oil Deep is in Dimir midrange. Riptide showing up here and there. And then Zahir's in Raise the Past. I don't think anyone's really running Aether Spark or Marketback Walker. And then Radiant Lotus. There is a Radiant Lotus deck, but I don't think it's that good. Monument. And then obviously the Verge lands, right? So some cards have definitely been added and they're getting played, and there are some different decks popping up here and there. I guess it doesn't feel impactful, even though if you actually go down the list and look at all the cards, it has been. Anyway. Let's go ahead and draft. So there was an update today that I had to install before getting into Moto, so hopefully they have fixed the lag issues. By the way, today is Thursday, February 20th, so tomorrow is the start of the Pro Tour, which will last from Friday to Sunday, so we'll see what pans out there. But I don't imagine that we're going to get a lot of differences. I think we're just going to get some additions to already existing decks, like Oil Deep, Grim Bauble, Momentum Breaker. Like, we're going to get some bounce additions. Maybe Red will wind up playing Bastronaut. Somebody, you know, obviously somebody's going to attempt a Repurposing Bay deck or whatever, but like, who knows how far those will get. And then I think it's mostly just going to be the same things, with Afterburner showing up here and there. Which is fine. Like, I'm fine if it's like the same decks, but just with additions here and there. I don't think a new set has to radically disrupt the format and add a bunch of new stuff. But it seems like that's what the general audience wants. So if it's not doing that, it seems like people are disappointed. I see lots of takes of people saying, you know, Aetherdrift sucks, or it's, you know, it's too low power, which I don't agree with, but that does seem to be what the public sentiment is. How is the echo? Is it still the same as when it started? How is the echo? Is it still the same? Yeah, that's pretty bad. I don't know what is causing it or how to fix it. I've tried A/B testing, like turning on and off a bunch of different things. It's not the audio level, it's not the noise gate, it's not OBS itself, because the OBS of my Mac works, unless it's specifically the Windows OBS that's not functioning correctly. If I change scenes, it sometimes changes the echo, but I don't understand why that's happening. If there's nothing in the audio settings in OBS that's causing this problem, I guess I haven't checked the actual audio settings on Windows. Sound settings. Input, mic. That should be fine. That looks like there's no issue there. Volume mixer. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I've seen a standard Goblin deck popping up on Arena, but I don't think it's very good. Yeah, so we tried a bunch of different brews. Let's bring this up. Oops. So the big winners seem to have been that there was the green-red Delirium aggro deck before that's now basically just Afterburner. I tried playtesting against Afterburner a whole bunch. The deck, I think the deck sucks. Like, it seems so much worse than the other red aggro mouse package decks. So standard. Oh, don't have time for that. We'll come back to that later. All right. We've got Velocipede, Lightning Strike, Sky Serpent, Bastronaut. Jeez, wow, this pack's stacked. I haven't actually played with Velocipede before. I wonder how good this is. Other vehicles and creatures enter with a +1 counter on them if their mana value is 4 or less, but if they have 5+ mana value, then they enter with 3 counters. I'm not sure how good this is. I think it's probably actually worse than Bastronaut, but I'm not sure about that. It's also in green. There's a lot of good stuff here, but I want to take this because, again, how often are you going to get to play with very specific rares? River Pyreverge, Dracosaur Auxiliary. Okay, so there's Fang Guardian, which is fine. I think this would pair really, really well with Velocipede, right? Play Velocipede, play this, it's a 7/7 haste flyer. I don't think the green card is good enough that I don't want to just take Dracosaur. Also Glory Heath, there's also Thunderhead Gunner. I wonder, is Thunderhead Gunner actually better than Dracosaur? I don't think it is. Yeah, alright, let's take Dracosaur. Okay, off-color stuff everywhere. So, no mono green cards. The only mono red card is whatever. That leaves... Okay, so Aether Hive would kind of pair well with this in the sense that you make Thopters and the Thopters come in as 2/2s. There's just, like, not a lot of good stuff here. Haunted Hellride is also good, but it's multiple different off-colors. I could say Guidelight. Or Aether Jacket. Either one seems pretty mediocre. I think I'll just take Aether Hive and we'll figure it out. Like, obviously, taking this means we're not playing either it or Dracosaur unless we're splashing, but we'll figure that out. Sabotage Strategist and Veteran Beast Rider. What is happening? Both of these are really good. Whenever one or more creatures attack you, those creatures get -1/0. Okay, and Beast Rider is also really good. But taking Beast Rider here would also mean, once again, abandoning 2 cards, so... I think that Veteran Beast Rider is the better card of the 2 here, but if I take it, that means I'm not playing 2 of the cards we've already drafted, whereas if I just take Sabotage Strategist, I can just be blue-green. So I'll take that one. Immediately get Detention Chariot, eh? It's so much better than everything else in this pack, including Skystreak Engineer in blue, which is pretty bad. Pothole Mole also whatever. Oi. Whoa. I mean, we're just like... And there's also a removal spell here, which is also off colors, so... Yeah, we're just all over the place this draft. Sure, I'm taking it. I'm not going to commit to mediocre cards. Transit Mage, which can't find Detention Chariot, or Ranger's Aether Hive, or Velocipede. But it is a card that goes and finds another card, which I do like. And I like it better than everything else here. Other cards that are for consideration, if we were solidly white, Mustang would be fine. If we were solidly red, Prowcatcher would be fine. Also, Howler's Heavy is surprisingly better than it looks. You have to just ignore the creature part and just think of it more as a combat trick that sometimes is a creature. I'll take Transit Mage in the chance that we pick up a bigger artifact later, which is not unlikely. Alright, Dune Drifter, which is again off colors. Alright, Feel a Heart Bike would help to cast everything, I guess. Yeah, sure, take Feel a Heart. Are we just rainbow nonsense? There's Ride's End. I guess we're rainbow nonsense. Because I'm not picking Howler's Heavy over Ride's End. Okay, we've got Mechanic, Spectral. I could take a dual land. That's the only color that we haven't drafted yet. Or just take Spectral or Silken Strength. Yikes. Alright, we'll take Silken Strength. Hellride's still here, which is surprising. Manglers have been pretty horrible. I think it's unlikely that I'm red at this point. So I'll take Surveyor. Broadcast Rambler is a creature that is a vehicle the Transit Mage can find. Also pairs nicely with Velocipede, so sure. Guess I'll take Aether Jacket between these 3. Sure, side that, and side that. Alright, I have no idea what we're doing. I think we're definitely green due to Velocipede, and I think we're probably more likely to be white than blue. Thundering Broodwagon, which we're not taking. Boommobile, which we are probably also not taking. Which leaves a bunch of off-color stuff. Awesome. Alright, so if we want to take on-color stuff, it's Gibrick, or Mustang or Collision Course for the white cards, or I just take Night Market and try to splash all this nonsense. This cares about exhaust abilities. Do we even have any of those yet? So let's say this doesn't even count because we don't have exhaust abilities, and then that leaves the other blue cards, which we can easily just cut. So let's just assume we're green-white for the moment and take green-white cards instead of random other crap. Gibrick or Mustang. Probably Mustang. It feels really bad to pick Mustang in this pack, but I guess that's what we're doing. Count on Luck, which we're definitely not playing. There's Lagrin and there's Runover. So, yeah, I think we just take Runover. Yep, I'd be perfectly happy getting Country Roads back. Obviously, we'd be happy to get Lagrin back. I think that probably won't happen, but I'd be good with that if it did. Let's not try to do crazy rainbow nonsense if we can avoid it. Explosive Getaway. Hey, look, more crazy rainbow nonsense. Or just take Veloheart / Air Response Unit. If I take Veloheart, it makes splashing easier, but holy crap, do I have so many non-creatures at this point. Alright, well, we're going to take Veloheart, and if this wheels, which maybe... Mendicant and Boomskull. What is happening in this draft? Just... Okay, well, we can't take that. We'll just take Loxodon Surveyor. Right? Yeah. So much multicolor stuff going around. Our curve is atrocious. Yeah. Alright, well, Surveyor it is. Okay, well, we have cards in other colors that I would like to take way more than Interface Ace, but probably just have to take Interface Ace. Like, immediately I would want Thunderhead Gunner or Spikeshell Harrier over, and even Packdoll would be great. And I'd even be happy taking Glitch Ghost or Goblin Surveyor, but since we are not any of those colors, I guess we're just taking Interface Ace. We also have a bunch of brewable stuff right now, like Bike, Velocipede, Mustang, Chariot, Broadcast Rambler, so we already have a ton of vehicles. Alright, well, Interface Ace it is. Alright, there's another Broadcast Rambler, there's another Boom Scholar. I'm definitely not taking anything that's not Beast Rider here. There's also Mana Fixing, Scrap Compactor, but yeah, it's going to be Beast Rider. Voyager Glide Car. Scry, tap 3 other untapped creatures until end of turn. This becomes a vehicle, put a counter on it. Or we take Surveyor. So you need to really go wide for this to be good enough. It does grow and grow and grow, and it's a 1-drop. And it gets flying. So again, haven't actually played with this card before, so I'm not sure how good it is, but I'm willing to take it over another Surveyor, especially given our curve. Alright, there's Gibrick, the Haste Land, but I probably need Gibrick for curve reasons. Even though I hate taking bad 2-drops in this format because they get outclassed so quickly. So how much removal do we have right now? We've got Runover and Ride's End, and we've got Silken Strength as a combat trick, and is that it? Detention Chariot's also kind of a removal spell. Alright, Gibrick it is. And then a pack with nothing for us, so I guess I'll take Guide Light Matrix, although we're probably not playing it. Or do I take that, or just take Push the Limit on the off chance that we play some weird endgame card? Like with sufficient number of vehicles. I think it's highly unlikely I play either one, so I'll just take this for the possible high upside. Okay, am I gonna play Voyager Quick Welder? Probably not. I guess take Sarcophagus. Like, we're pretty solidly in green-white at this point. I'm not taking Quick Welder, so let's take Light Shield Parry. Alright, side that. Okay, this is looking not great. We don't really have any like big game-ending stuff other than just adding a bunch of counters to things with Velocipede. And we don't even have like a lot of big payoffs for it. Well, there's World Wagon. And the only other card to take would be Jaguar. So yeah, we'll take World Wagon. So World Wagon, Veloheart means we have 3 different fixing cards, which means we can actually start considering playing other cards. Although I don't think we can consider playing double pip cards like Dracosaur. But that is something to keep in mind. We have only 9 actual creatures, plus 1 for Rambler. There's also an Interface Ace. So I would be happy wheeling Interface Ace or Jaguar in this pack. Seed of Arma. Alright, that is a card worth splashing for. There's also Lacrian Armory, which is obviously great, but this card just straight up wins games. So I am happy to take that. And if I'm taking that, I don't think the other blue cards are worth splashing, so yeah, we'll just take Seed of Arma. Okay, we have another Ride's End, another Veloheart, and Molt Tender. I think we just take the Ride's End, although these cards were worth thinking about in terms of fixing for colors. And Molt Tender kind of is like Gilded Goose in that it can add you a mana every other turn. So take Ride's End. Alright, we've got Sloth, Jaguar, Mustang, Rover Blades. I think Rover Blades is bad. This guy is surprisingly bad. You'd think he'd be a lot better, but he really isn't. So yeah, it's gonna be the Jaguar. Alright, we've got Gallant Strike as removal, or Strap Compactor as removal. I think I like Gallant Strike better. Toughness 4+, sure. Sure, take that. Broodwagon, we're not splashing for that, so that leaves Rummaging Land, Skybox Fairy, Light Shield Parry, Night Market. This is really good with Velocipede, because it becomes a 7/7 flyer. The other argument is to take Night Market so that we have better fixing, but we already have 3 pieces of fixing for Seed of Arma, so I don't think we need to do that, although we're 24 cards, we're already over the limit, but there's also a bunch of mediocre crap that I'm probably going to cut as well, so I think I'm okay taking Skybox Fairy. Sundial is a cheap creature. Yeah. Probably need it for the curve. Once again, there is Night Market here, which is worth thinking about, but I think I'm just going to take Sundial. I already know I have a bunch of cards I want to cut because they're mediocre, so I'd rather take this. Okay, Silken Strength, Rover Blades. Starting column. I'm not taking column, I'm not taking Rover Blades. So that's basically just, do I want to play the Rummaging Land? Maybe. I think probably not. Alright, Interface Ace came around, that's fine, we'll take that. And then Ketrodon, sure, take Ketrodon. Another Veloheart Bike, uh-huh. Alright, we're probably cutting Light Shield, so let's get rid of that for now. Take it, Tortoise. We're not playing it, but we'll take it. Well, this came, so take that and take that. Alright, pack 3. We're going to cut Aether Jacket. Aether Jacket just sucks. And we're probably cutting Quick Welder. We don't have... I mean, we have a number of artifacts, but, like, this isn't great. Let's see what the makeup of all of this is afterwards. Alright, group creatures separately, and then this is main, or this is a creature really, because it makes its own guy. So then we obviously have way too many spells, so we have 13 plus 1, so 14 creatures, so we probably don't want to cut any creatures except Quick Welder. We do have Skyboxer and Detention Chariot and Broadcast Rambler as more expensive artifacts to play off of this, and we've got... like, obviously there's going to be turns where we could play multiple of these guys. Sarcophagus sucks, let's cut that. I probably am just going to wind up cutting Quick Welder. So 11, 12 creatures. You can get away with that a little bit because the interface aces crew the vehicles. Let's see. So it's not like we have any amazing payoffs for Veloheart Bike to ramp into, so we probably don't need to play all of these. I have enough exhaust for this to matter. We've got Seed of Arma, which if you're exhausting it, probably means you're just winning. And then we don't have a single other one, I don't think. Yeah. Tap 3 untapped creatures. That's a lot to ask, but... sure. Alright, definitely cutting spells. So we've got Ramp, Ramp, Ramp Fixing, plus Thunderous, plus these are 2 mana, basically. Alright, probably have to cut the Silken Strengths, because... sure, it's cool if you like Silken Strength, a Sundial or something, but a lot of the time these are not going to be that great. And then that gets us to 23. Alright, that looks fine. So then we'll color sort. Alright, we have a little bit more white than green. I'm actually surprised by that. But barely. Well, and Seed of Arma is green, so it's kind of even. So if we play Avishkar Raceway, and then we don't have any other, we don't have duels, so then we want 1 island so that World Wagon can go fetch it, and then yeah, more forests than plains so that we can play our fixing cards. So the only question is the on-curve white cards important enough that we don't want to play this? And I've been very unimpressed with this Rummaging Land. It's usually so expensive to activate. Like, first of all, you have to get it online in the first place. Secondly, even once you do, it's usually so expensive to activate that it winds up just not being, like, usable. Like, you have to be doing other things. Yeah, I think the getting the colors on time is going to be important, so let's not play this, and let's just add another planes to the deck. Alright, we're at 17, yeah, and this is 8 and 8. 8 and 8 with 1 island. Alright. Well, this deck doesn't look great, but it looks like we could win with it. It has removal, it's got some creatures. Possibly can go the distance. I've had plenty of decks that I thought were way better than this that bombed, so we will see. So anyway, going back to brews, so yeah, there's the dinosaur brew that we looked at. Oh, well, hang on. We'll come back to that after the game. On the play for match 1, this is fine, keep this. Mountain. Alright, we'll play Surveyor first, get speed. It's also a better attacker than Beast Rider Vanguard as well. Glory Heathlinks. Well, that's a brick wall there. Alright, play this guy pass. If I don't find a 5th land on the next turn, I probably just have to cycle Skybox Fairy to ensure that I get it. Prow Catcher. No attacks. Alright, well, never mind. We found World Wagon. So... play World Wagon, trigger, go grab the one island in our deck. And then pass to them. So if I attack with World Wagon, they can just double block, but then we kill both their guys. Saddle. Okay, so they're attacking, so in that case, am I just crewing and blocking with World Wagon? And forcing a trick out of them? Okay, then they just didn't attack, yeah. Okay. Sure. That didn't make any sense, but okay. What am I doing? Crewing World Wagon, attacking, fetching a forest, and then playing Rambler, and then having Rambler as a blocker. Crew, combat, attack, trigger, grab forest. Alright, damage up. Play Rambler. Saddle again. Well, they didn't attack last turn when I had World Wagon, so... I mean, if they attack, I'm 100% crewing and blocking. They're just attacking there and not with their flyer, okay? Sure. Grabs the planes, let's crew here. Block. Alright, show me pedal to the metal or whatever you have. No, they're just swinging to get a planes, alright. Sloth, sure. Okay, so I can crew both of these and attack with both of them. That sounds pretty good. And then play Ketradon. So crew here. Crew here. Combat. Swing. Trigger. I think I'm still supposed to get a forest, although I'm not sure. Alright, grab a forest. I mean, you gotta trade, right? Like, yeah. So trade, take 5, then we play Ketradon. Gain some life, and I have this gigantic blocker. Thrill Roller, which also doesn't have a good attack. Yeah, so they just play it and pass. So let's see. No good attacks into this, but otherwise we're good. Can't Thopter attack, so... Through here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 mana. Okay. Combat. Swing here and here. Cruise Thrill Roller. So this is gonna block here and then take 6 from Ketradon. That's fine. No, they did have Ride's End. Alright, sure. Then these trade off. So if I play Fairy, how much do I have left? 3, 5, then play Sundial. Okay, yeah, so cast this. And then I can play Surveyor. Over to them. Detention Chariot, targeting Fairy, presumably? Can it target artifacts? Yeah, it can. Alright, they're going to target Vanguard. Sure, we'll crew here. So this crew's for 3, so they can use both of their guys to crew it. Alright, so... let's just say I go creature, crew fairy, swing with everything. They would have to go, in order to have any good blocks on the ground, they would have to use both their guys to crew Detention Chariot, and then they would block Surveyor and take 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, and then they'd be dead in 1 turn to Fairy, unless they block with the Synergist. Also, Voyager Glidecar can potentially just kill them. I don't think there's a reason I need to throw away my ground creatures, necessarily. When I just have a perfectly fine attack with the Fairy. Let's play this first, because we're going to scry. Yeah, keep that on top. And then... this crew's for 2. Yeah, so... Crew. Combat. Swing here. Yeah. Alright, play Sundial. Go. I can do this at instant speed. Canyon Vaulter, okay. And yeah, they just don't have a good attack, so... This... Back to us, and then we have Run Over, so now... I go, tap 3 guys, this jumps and has 4 power, and then I also crew Skybox Fairy. I swing with both of them, and then Run Over Guidelight Synergist. They should be dead unless they have a removal spell, right? Unless they have a combat trick, rather. Oh, this gives flying, though, right? Okay, so this can give flying to Detention Chariot, so we actually can't do that. So... what we probably want to do is just pass, and then run over on their turn to get rid of Canyon Vaulter. Yeah, let's do that. Crash and Burn targeting this. While they're tapped out, let's kill this guy. And then Skybox Fairy dies, sure. Just want to absolutely make sure that that's dead. Because I don't want to risk that I try running over it and then they have another instant speed removal spell and just kill our guy in response. Sloth, Alright, activate this. Oh my god, my own detention chariot? Oh boy, that's so good. This is 4 power, so I go 5. So chariot your chariot, get my guy back. Jump the Glide card, you have to block in the air. Okay. Chariot, eat your chariot. My dude comes back. And then we're gonna tap this, this, and this. Combat, swing. No blocks, go to 2, sure. Alright, we won the game. So they're just Boros, but they're not like, it doesn't look like they're particularly fast. They just have Boros, you know, whatever the heck they drafted. So Aether Jacket's a little better since it can potentially kill Detention Chariot, but that's really not, it's still very bad. It's enough bad that I don't even want to bring it in, really. Let's see, if I did bring it in, I would cut what? One of the crappy cheap creatures, like Surveyor or something, or Gibrick, actually. Probably Gibrick. Alright, sure, we'll cut Gibrick and we'll play Aether Jacket. Only 1 land, that's a Mull. Alright, keep, toss one of the forests. But we've got Velocipede now, that's very nice. Okay, I think we just don't play Interface on turn 2, and then we just play Velocipede, and then it gets bigger, but we may have to re-evaluate that if they wind up playing like an aggro guy. Yeah, okay. It's not that relevant whether this is a 1/5 or not. So yeah, play this. Don't get damaged unnecessarily. No attacks. Alright. Ooh. Now I'm still going to play Velocipede first. Air response unit, okay. Alright, so Ketradon next turn, so let's go Plains, World Wagon, Trigger, so it comes in with an extra counter, go grab the island, then crew this. Guy untaps, obviously, this comes out. Combat, attack for 5. Alrighty. We can still crew World Wagon here. Alright, air response unit, So take 3, go to 17. Ride's End? No! This can target vehicles? Huh. So yeah, that's 6. Alright, crew here. Combat. Swing. Trigger. Go grapple planes. 8 damage. Play Ketradon. Crash and burn, killing the World Wagon. Okay. Oh, man. Alright, so... That doesn't change my attack, because if I run over, they can just still crew the thing. But we should play Surveyor first to get speed going. So, combat, swing here. Speed up. They're at 1. Do I run over now or not? I don't think so. Just pass to them. Six mana. It's gonna be Chariot, yeah. Alright, well, just kill your one creature, and then you have no blockers. Alright. Well, that went pretty well. So, it's discussing brews. So, this was our brew for the dinosaur deck, and the idea is that you have Ixali's Lorekeeper, so with this plus Llanowar Elves, you essentially have 8 mana dorks, and then you can use that to play into the bigger dinosaurs, so like especially go turn 1, Mana Dork, turn 2, second land, play 3 drops, which like includes Regal Imperiosaur, Pugnacious Hammerskull. You also have like a Gonosaur from the new set, and then Tyrox is also a bunch of power. Belligerent Yearling, really good with these other cards. So, and then you've got like Galt as your big payoff over here. But I don't know that this has legs, or that it's like, it seems like a lot of these things are just worse than regular Gruul aggro. Alright, match 2, we're on the play. This is not keepable. Well, I guess sort of keepable if this finds a land, but if it doesn't, then that's just a brick. So, Molt. Yikes. I guess I can cycle Detention Chariot, so I'll keep this, and I will throw away... Gibrick? Yeah, let's throw away Gibrick. I've got to cycle with the Detention Chariot, and then if we find a second land, I can cycle Ketradon. Opponent mulls to 5. I just knew it was going to be a turn 1 Bastronaut. Alright. Well, we really needed to hit a land, and we just didn't, so this is going to be rough. Grease Wrench, okay. Then we take 1 from this dude. Finally a land. Alright, do I play Sundial? Actually, I just Rides End this guy, I think. Because we can't block it anyway. We'll just pass to them. Do I want to gamble that they don't have mana, or that they want to just pay for this? Yeah, okay. Let's exile it. Veloheart into something else, and just continue to take damage, or Sundial to block. They can exhaust it, and then we trade. Neither option's great, but we'll play Sundial. And they're stuck on 2 as well, it seems. Alright, play Veloheart. I'm probably just gonna cycle Gallant Strike. Would I Ride's End this? No, I want to cycle Gallant Strike this turn, so we'll just pass to them. Alright, it looks like they're just stuck. Cycle this. Alright, combat. Swing. Play Ketradon. Finally found their 3rd land. But apparently they don't have anything to do with it. Swing? This could be Maximum Overdrive, so sure, they just hit me. They also did an Exhaust, so they've got something to follow that up. Outpace Oblivion. Okay, so they were gonna trade. Let's just kill this now to prevent them from using it to go find better cards, and then attack for 6, and then we still have another removal spell even if they play another creature. And ride Spike Spitter, yeah, so fight it. Combat, swing here. Over to them. Mutant Surveyor, alright. Combat, swing. They have to jump block. Alright, over to them. You might ask, why am I playing lands? I don't think there's any reason not to just play lands. There's also black cards that make you discard. Okay, so this could represent Maximum Overdrive. So let's play Ace. Through this. And then attack with both. If it is Max Overdrive, then so be it. It was not. Alright, so they're at 1. Got it. Alright. So let's see. They're Rakdos aggro. I don't think that changes anything that I'm doing here, though. I don't have that many sideboard options anyway. Yeah, I think we just keep, stay the course. So speaking of the goblins, so this was our Goblin Brew. So the thing about the Goblin deck is that I believe Kranko is actually legal right now, although this version isn't playing it, but there's enough goblins that you can play a Goblin aggro deck. In particular, like Soulstone counts as a Goblin, and then you've got like House Squad Heavy, Draconautics Engineer is a Goblin, and then Burnout Bastronaut is of course a Goblin, and then you have like a number of other good shots too. So there's probably a Goblin deck to be found. I think the main problem is like the aggro decks just don't have a good, like they don't have anything better going on with them than the mouse package. Alright, I don't think I can keep 5 lands, don't do anything until turn 5, even though it's all of our mana and we've got good 5 drops. So, well. Alright, keep this, chucking Leonin Surveyor. Yeah. Grease Wrench. Okay. Play this, go. Thrill Seeker. Oof. Alright, well, I guess we play Gibrick to block. And I guess we're blocking Thrill Seeker, or no, this guy? I assume they're just going to kill this with something. See, this getting Death Touch later is an issue. Yeah, okay, they just had a removal spell. Sure. Oof, didn't hit a land. That's rough. Alright. Beast Rider. Man, just another removal spell? Alright. So we're taking another, and they can also pump this guy up, or play another creature. Jeez. Cool, so all of our matches are going to be decided by mana problems. So we're taking 2, 5, 7, possibly 8. Cycle Ketradon. Still haven't hit a land yet. Okay, we're dead. Alright, 1-1. Mana problems both times. Yep, just run it back. Do I want actually Ticket Tortoise or Walking Sarcophagus? Not really. Yeah, not really. Let me just, again, stay the course. I don't know if Gallant Strike even has any targets on their side. Probably has something. Alright, keep. So Sundial nicely avoids both their like 2 damage and -2 effects. Ooh. I think playing a Sundial here is actually worse than just missing land drops, so I think I just cycle Gallant Strike / Ketradon here. Like, we really, really want to hit land, so yeah, cycle this. And we didn't, and we didn't. God damn it. Alright, well, I'll play Sundial now. Just mana problems in every game. Uh-huh, land number 3. Oh, this counts your creatures? Oh, your mounts. Okay. I mean, if I were them, I would sacrifice 2 damage to get a treasure. Nope, we're just gonna get hit? Sure. Please draw land, for God's sake. Alright, back to them. Spike Spitter, sure. So we're crewing the Goda. Yep. I don't know which one's actually better to block, but I think at this point they have plenty of mana, so I just like to cut off their ability to... Actually, no, this just gets bigger. Yeah, okay, let's trade with this now. Finally a land. Unfortunately, way too late for Velocipede, so we just play Surveyor to block. I can't even block this guy, and then they're going to start Impulse Drawing with it. That's so bad. Alright, let's say I go Velocipede, then they just go attack me, I go to 9, and then I untap, I play 1 creature that's a 4/4, and that has to be good, and they're going to deploy another creature. That has to be good enough to, like, stop their whole team. Sure, play Velocipede. Because playing this right now doesn't even block Spike Spitter. Packdoll, yeah, we're just so dead. Oh, the treasures also trigger the Packdoll? Jeez. Uh-huh. Still haven't drawn any more lands. This is just insanity. Alright, over to them. Can I even survive this? I get 1 block, so I take at least 5, potentially 6 if the Goda makes a treasure. And then I'm at 1, and then any artifact off the Packdoll kills me. Uh-huh. And then that's also, they're going to get max speed up, so then, yeah. So, crew. Like, they're going to get max speed this turn, and then we'll be dead to outpace next turn. So if they attack with everything, they have to saddle this, right? So they'll saddle it with Packdoll Terror, swing with both of these, we block End Spike Guy. No, they're just going to attack with Packdoll. Alright, so we block Packdoll. But then we go to 2, and then Outpace just kills us. Yeah, cool. Literally 3 games in a row decided by Monoscrew. What a game this is. You know, I keep hearing how, well, you know, Monoscrew's part of the game, and it's better than other card games, and I'm like, is that actually true? Or is this just a horribly outdated concept? Anyway, so then there's Bant Day decks. Been a number of different variations of this. There's obviously lots of different configurations. We've also seen versions of the Bay deck that have been combined with Radiant Lotus decks. So who knows what the best version is, although it seems like everyone could probably agree that like Bright Glass Gearhulk should definitely be a part of it, with a package of things that you can go grab. That's another brew. Alright, on the play. It's fine. Swamp, Engine Rat, okay. I guess I'm not cycling. I guess I'm just rides ending this because I'm going to have to deal with it at some point. Muragonda Raceway. Alright, kill this. Deathless Pilot, sure. So then we play World Wagon, go grab the island. And then next turn we can go Veloheart, play a 2-drop. Or I could just go Sita plus Gibrit Crew attack. Momentum Breaker, so I have to sack this? Aw. Alright. Missed lands. Veloheart, I definitely don't want to cycle these bigger things, so yeah, we'll play Veloheart. Trigger, and then we'll play Gibrick. I will trade if they attack, even though they can get this back. It costs them a whole turn to get it back, and I want to keep them off speed. Block. And the haste one, eh? Just main phase gets it back, sure. Alright, well, we can cast Ketradon now. Deathless Pilot. No good attack here, so let's go combat. If they've got maximum overdrive, they got maximum overdrive. What can you do? Alright, no blocks. So, I have 6 mana, so if I play this, I can't play the other 2. That's probably fine. There's maybe an argument to playing these 2 guys instead, because then 1, I have a blocker, and 2, I've got multiple creatures in play, so that Seed of Arma gets better. I think it's okay not to do that. Just get more... They didn't play anything. They didn't play anything. Really? So what if I just go play 2 guys, crew both my vehicles, attack you for lethal? They have to have removal, which they're going to have, presumably. Play this. But let's force them to have it. Play this. Brew. I guess they just didn't have it. What? Alright. Alright. I barely saw anything out of them, so I don't really think there's anything to change here. Alright, this is fine. Keep it. So maybe they were just completely color screwed because they're playing 2 different colorless lands. Alright, play Sundial. And now they don't have black mana. A setter, sure. Interesting. Alright, we're gonna attack them. And then we'll go Veloheart, and then next turn we can play Jaguar. So Veloheart, play Glidecar. Sure, keep that. Outpace, kill our guy, sure, and then they go speed up, that's fine. Alright, play Jaguar. And then it's probably better to block this. Well, I guess I can't really block it unless they spend their whole... If they spend their whole turn doing it, that's one thing. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just crew here. Because I can have Ride Zen next turn. Swing. I was thinking, like, do I want to force them to spend their whole turn activating this to trade with Jaguar? I think I'd rather keep my Jaguar as the thing. Yeah, okay, sure. Take 6. We're good with that. And we can just Ride Zend it. Interesting. It only untaps once, right? Yeah. So play this. Through here. So yield, yield. And saddle this. And we'll just kill this now. And we can attack for 10. Alright, done. Dunzo, over. So yeah, really unfortunate in the second match. Literally all 3 games were all decided by Monoscrew. But otherwise, yeah, it's once again a testament to, like, This deck didn't look particularly impressive, but he just has a mix of creatures and removal, and that was good enough. Never actually got to use Velocipede, right? We played it and pumped, like, one thing. We made a 4/4 Surveyor. It, like, wasn't even relevant. I think that's just how those games played out, though. I don't think this card's actually bad. I think it's better than how it looked. This card was worse than how it looked because it's hard to have 3 creatures that you can have untapped in order to activate the ability. Anyway, before we move on... So yeah, there's the Radiant Lotus deck. Obviously, there's different versions. So the idea here would be that you use Radiant Lotus... You play a bunch of artifacts that ramp you, or remove their things. Then you play Lotus, and then you play a really, really big Doppelgang or White Sun's Twilight, and that should be good enough. So if you play White Sun's Twilight, you blow the whole board up, and you make, you know, enough mites that you should probably kill your opponent with them in 2 hits, like 1 or 2 hits. And then if you play Doppelgang, you know, you can easily get to like 18 mana with Radiant Lotus, so then you're making like 6 copy, like, you know, what would that be? So 2, you have 16 left, so that's 15, so you make 5 copies of 5 things. And then that should also be just good enough to win. Then another one was using Coalstoke Gearhulk to get back Mishra / Phyrexian Dragon Engine. So obviously if you get back Dragon Engine from the graveyard, then it enters, you ditch your hand, you draw 3 more cards. And if you ever get both of them, then you can have one of them in play, Coalstoke, the other one they attack and meld together. And then there's just like some kind of affinity deck built around Mendicant. Not sure what that deck would be though. Obviously it would require a lot of refining. So that's what we're looking at in terms of maybe what can the set bring to Standard. Anyway, let's go into draft number 17? Yeah, 17. Thankfully, I don't think there was any lag during that, so it appears that the patch fixed that problem. Petromos is worth 90 ticks on Moto. Holy crap. And in paper, it is worth... it's close to 50, right? Ketramos. The cheapest Ketramos you can buy right now on TCG Player will cost you $48 after shipping, not including tax. So yeah, 50 bucks basically. Alright, Boom Mobile, which honestly is actually not that great. Most of the time you play it on curve, and then it deals 1 damage to something. So I'm not sure that it's even better necessarily than Tarion. Also, Risen Necrogent's pretty darn good. But this is just really hard to deal with. Like, they have to have removal. This requires that you be at max speed. This doesn't require anything other than that you have a bunch of green mana. And it's green. Green's better. So I think I'm just inclined to take Tarion here. Well, that is a Radiant Lotus. We have only managed to take Radiant Lotus once before, and unfortunately it just wasn't good. That Boom Mobile is the perfect thing to pair with it too, and that's not wheeling, but whatever. So, the problem with this card in Limited is that you just don't have like a good big mana payoff for it. Like, you have to draft a ton of artifacts, and then even if you do, okay, you spend all your mana, and then do what? Like, what do you do with it, right? But, with that said, the rest of the pack is not very good. Like, the only green card's Pothole Mole, and then if I wasn't taking that, I would just take, like, Tyrox. And I am perfectly fine taking this Radiant Lotus and just seeing if we can do anything with it, as opposed to Tyrox, or Embalmed Descendant, which is 2 off colors. Vinwixt. There's also Dune Drifter, Memory Guardian, Push the Limit. Push the Limit is actually a pretty good payoff for Radiant, right? You draft a bunch of vehicles, then you eat them all, and then you cast Push the Limit and bring them all back with haste. That said, I think I'm just going to take Vinwixt. This could Push the Limit wheels a lot. It'll probably wheel here too if I want to take it. Vinwixt is solid. It's also in blue, which is one of the affinity colors. There's like Dune Drifter, but that's it's 2 colors that Tarion isn't. I'd rather not abandon Tarion if I can. I'm far more likely to play a deck with Tarion in it than I am Radiant Lotus. So we'll take Vinwixt. Haunted Hellride, River Monument. Detention Chip. Wow, this pack is stacked. Lagak. Okay, so Haunted Hellride is pretty good. If I take it, though, that means abandoning Tarion, which I'm willing to do at some point. I could also just take Lagak, which would be really good. River Monument is an artifact. I think this card can also just straight up win the game. I have only drafted it once, I think, and I didn't actually play it in the deck. So I am curious how good this is. Detention Chariot, another great and Apocalypse Runner, more vehicles for potentially Push the Limit, but just take River Monument, see where we go from there. That could just be flat out wrong and I'm supposed to take like Lagak or something, but take the River Monument. Alright, we've got Barrage. So if I take Barrage is really good. If I take Barrage, it means I'm not playing Tarion. And then there's Ride's End, but that's a color that I don't have at all right now either. Or I just take Artifacts, but I'm not married to Radiant Lotus. Pedal to the Metal as a win con for Radiant Lotus. Sack all my stuff, cast a pedal for X is a huge amount. I can wheel a pedal to the metal at some point. Alright, let's take Barrage. Okay, so we've got Sky Crash, which is probably just going to be the pick here. Okay, so that means Tarion is basically out at this point, unfortunately. Man, Boommobile would have been a nice pick with what we've got going, but it is what it is. What does this thing do? Draw 2, ditch 1. Spells cost less. Yeah, this card's mediocre. So yeah, we'll take Sky Crash. This is fine. So where is it? And then comes Alacrian Jaguar. Well, I think we've pretty much abandoned green at this point, which means we just take Hull Drifter. Even though I think Hull Drift is kind of mediocre too. There's also Siphon Fuel, which is fine, but it's also off color. Alright, take this. Okay, so we've got Midnight Mangler, which I think is also a mediocre card, and then there's Nimblethopterist, which makes an artifact for the Radiant Lotus, and I would rather have that than the Mangler. There's also Clamorous Ironclad. I think given what we've drafted so far, this deck wants to be defensive. Like, we can win long games with River Churn, we can win long games by getting a bunch of mana for Radiant. This is a 0/4, we have removal spells. So I think we're playing defense until further notice. Another Hull Drifter, probably don't want that. We're definitely not taking Lotus Guard. So instead of Hull Drifter, do I just want like Sarcophagus or Starting Column? Both these cards are pretty mediocre. I don't think I particularly want either of them. I guess I'm okay taking another Hull Drifter. Okay, Kalorna, but Guidelight So Kalorna obviously blocks really well, but Guidelight Optimizer is another artifact that helps us play our artifacts, so it's going to be Guidelight Optimizer and not Kalorna. Kalorna I've also found to just be kind of, it's like much worse than it looks. Like, sure, it blocks one thing, but it doesn't have any power, so they just keep attacking you, and then you bump one thing, but that's it. Gear Seeker? If we're going to play a deck full of artifacts, Gear Seeker would be definitely a thing we want. There's also a dual land in our colors, but I'm not going to take that over like just a solid card. I'm going to take Gear Seeker. This came around. We're probably not playing it, but I'll take that over Light Wheel. Pedal to the Metal. There we go. Pedal to the Metal WinCon. How many artifacts do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gas Guzzler and Caradora and Culloden all in the same pack, and we can't play a single one of them. And Detention Chariot. Alright, so the pick is probably Flood the Engine, right? Yeah. Damn, man. So what is my win condition here? It's one of two things. It's either River Churn Monument, mill the opponent to death, need to be very defensive, or it's have a creature that they can't block, or like enough creatures that they can't block all of them, then before damage, Radiant Lotus, sack all my artifacts, Pedal to the Metal for a huge amount, kill them. Or just like Gear Seeker's really big, kill them with that. Anyway, yeah, we'll take Flood the Engine. Another Caradora. Alright, I'm not taking a third Hull Drifter, so... And we don't need to take Pedal. So then it's basically the blue cards, so it's Trade, Reef, and Trip Up. Trade the Helm, can swap... You do have to have something crappy to switch with them, so like a Thopter token, for example. But this does come in handy. Trade your worst thing for their best thing. Also, Reef Roads would just be generally playable in our deck as well. Trip Up's fine. Alright, we'll take Trade the Helm. Mindspring Merfolk. Draw X, put a +1 counter on each Merfolk. Okay. That seems fine. It's definitely not a Lotus outlet, because drawing a bajillion cards is like... I mean, that's fine. I guess it could be a Lotus outlet, if the game's really, really grindy. There's also Thunderhead Gunner, which is real good. And I think it might actually just be straight up better than the Merfolk. So how much am I paying for this? So I'm playing this as a 1-drop. It has to not die. And then later in the game, I can draw multiple cards with it. This blocks way better. I think Thunderhead is better, but again, how often do you get to play rares? Let's take this and see how good it is. There's also plenty of cards I would like. This is not wheeling, but we could wheel Guidelight or Buccaneer. Full Throttle. Well, I don't think this is a Full Throttle deck, but on the other hand, the only other cards here are Burner Rocket, Dynamite Diver, and Goda. Goda is actually decent as a thing that makes treasures, then we can use the treasures on Radiant Lotus, and reduce the cost of Gear Seeker. How many creatures do we have? We have 14 cards total, and only 5 of them are creatures, and of those, one of those is Vinwixt. Oh boy. Yeah, I think I'm just supposed to take Goda. Okay, Kalorna, Endride Catalyzer, Buccaneer. Probably just Buccaneer. Bloxwell, Loots. We have 10 cards in this pack. I doubt Kalorna will wheel, but it might. This guy also blocks pretty well. I think I value the ability to exhaust and loot over this being one more toughness by default. Alright, another Colodon. Beast Rider, Veteran, Beast Rider. Wow, just somebody is getting paid today. Alright, we'll take Gear Seeker. Another endgame card, if we can find enough artifacts. How many artifacts do we have right now? 1, 2, 3-ish. 4, 5, 6. Not a lot. We do have to start prioritizing artifacts pretty heavily. Take this. There's another Hull Breacher, or Hull Drifter, but I'm not taking that. So I'll take Sabotage Strategist. Yes, we're passing up Sarcophagus, but that's fine. Guidelight Pathmaker is off color, so yeah, we'll take Goda. This has been a weird draft so far. It's Colodon again. And Detention Chariot is this far in? I just can't possibly afford to take that, right? Rep Remover sucks, though. He sucks so bad. There's just like no shot I'm playing Chariot, right? I don't know. I don't have that many red cards. I could play it. Alright, Reef Roads. We'll take that. Another Buccaneer. How many red cards do I have? 5? Yeah, I very easily could not be red. How much exhaust? 1, that's basically when 2... I'll take this over Diver. Kalorna did wheel. And Spell Pierce, which is probably just going to be a sideboard card. Midnight Mangler, Seed of Varma. I'd have to splash for that, but holy crap, is that a good Radiant Lotus payoff as well. Spike Shell Harrier and Memory Guardian. Also Thunderhead Gunner. Wow. Okay, I don't actually have to splash for this if I just cut all the red cards. Alright, we'll figure out whether we're red or green in the end. But this makes me much more heavily want to be green. And there's a ton of stuff I would like to wheel from here. Spike Shell Harrier and Thunderhead are probably like the 2 other ones that I would want to wheel for sure. Gastel, Thrill Roller, Dracosaur, Lightning Strike. Jeez. Blue card that I'm not taking. Green card that I'm probably also not taking. I just don't think we have enough artifacts, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's just nowhere near enough to justify playing Lotus or Gearseeker Serpent. I could play Scrap Compactor instead. It looks a lot like I'm not going to be playing red. Although this is a great way to win games. Yeah, I'd probably rather not abandon all my red cards and just splash Sita. Wow, there's another Spike Shell Harrier here? Sure, definitely taking that. Well, that's fine. I mean, this is everything we want, right? Relatively big creature, bounces a thing on our opponent's side, reduces their speed, is an artifact. Aether Siphon, alright. Draws cards, is an artifact. Mills, which helps on the River Churn Monument plan. Definitely 100% taking this. Lagak is also here. Unstoppable Plan. This has sucked every time I've played it. However, I do have Siphon and River Churn. It's probably still bad, and I'm not supposed to take it, and instead I'm just supposed to take, like, Reef Roads or something. Is there anything else that benefits from me untapping? Because if it's just those two, that's not enough. I guess it also pseudo-vigilance is my team, which is also not great given how few creatures we have. And I'll take Reef Roads. Another one of these dudes, and various other cards. So there's a duel. Huh. End Rider Spike Spitter. Aether Hive. Exhaust 1, 2, 3, but that's 7. Yeah, this guy blocks really well. We probably want him. Another Gear Seeker, and then but we can't take a third one, right? Goda's not particularly good, though. Just playing defense for a long time. So if I take this, it puts me up to 19 cards, and then I have very little to add from the other colors. Could be almost straight mono blue. I mean, if we're not an aggressive deck, Goda's not very good, and this card's not very good, and Rek's not very good, so yeah, sure, we'll take Gear Seeker. Another of these guys, and Buccaneer, and Reef Roads. I haven't played with these guys before, so I'm not sure how good they are, actually, but I do like that they're a flyer that also very much slows down the attacks from our opponent, and this is really great when we've got, like, Kalorna and Vinwix as blockers. So sure, we'll take this. Midnight Mangler, Reefra, no, Spike Shield Wield. Wow. Well, we're taking that. Trip Up, Scrap Compactor. It's probably just gonna be Scrap Compactor. Aced. Don't particularly care about that. Scrap Compactor. Sideboard discard. Well, I'm not going to play that, so sideboard discard. Trip Up. Glitch Ghost. And Mangler. Wow. Okay. So this is something. Haven't done this before. Okay, group creatures separately. So we need to make... This is sort of a creature because it can block. Wow, alright, so we're not playing mono blue because we're going to play Sita. So what am I cut? So yeah, definitely playing this. So there's this guy as the big Lotus payoff. And then we don't need the Pedal to the Metal as the big Lotus payoff because we can just do it with Sita. Also, if I'm doing this, I really want Ranger's Aether. So how much exhaust do I have? 1? The thing is, it's not entirely dependent. So, like, yes, I could do exhaust here, but, like, if I'm ever exhausting Seed of Varma, it's because I'm winning the game with it. So that doesn't count. Same thing with Riverchurn Monument. So, yes, like, yes, they technically have exhaust. So it's Vine Spring, it's the 2 Buccaneers, that's 3. These guys cost 7 to activate, so probably not them either. So realistically, it's only actually like 3 cards that exhaust to trigger Aether Hive. which means therefore I don't want Aether Hive. And let's see, so the Godas, they make treasures, but this deck is not aggressive at all, so not those. And then Sky Crash is fine, and then Dracosaur and End Rider Spike Spitter are fine, but I don't think they're good enough to warrant wanting to worsen my mana base to play them, since I have no fixing at all. There's also Broadside Barrage, which is also very good. So it's basically like this. Dracosaur, Spike Spitter, and Sky Crash are like the red cards that I would want to play. But I want Sita as my payoff. Should also probably be playing Tarion, but I'm going to be running a ton of islands. We're probably essentially de facto mono blue, and I'm going to be running like 4 forests or something for Sita. So we must cut 3 cards. Trip Up can probably get cut. And then 2 more cuts. How many actual artifacts are there for Gear Seeker? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Although 4 of those are 5 drops. I'm not counting Lotus in that either. Probably don't need Glitch Ghost, because again, we're not aggressive at all. Midnight Manglers are pretty crap, but a big thing we do need in this deck is to be on defense, and this satisfies a number of things. It's a decent enough blocker. It's also an artifact to count towards all the artifact stuff. So the other cards that I'm more likely to cut are, I'm looking at like Hull Drifter and Trade the Helm. What am I okay trading the Helm? I'm okay trading away Kalorna later in the game to steal something. If I've activated Mindspring Merfolk, I'm fine trading that, because then I'm just giving my opponent a 2/2 that can't be activated. I'm fine trading away... I can't trade Flood, right? It has to be an artifact or a creature. I'm fine trading away Midnight Mangler later in the game, or Guidelight Optimizer later in the game. Yeah, probably the second Hull Drifter. How many forests do I need to play for Seed of Arma? So let's add Reef Roads, and then let's add basics. So it's telling me I want 14 and 1, which is wrong. I probably want 4. This is 11 islands plus the Reef Roads, so it's 13-4. And then obviously that's nowhere near enough forests to play Tarion, so we're not playing Tarion. Bring in this and this, depending on what we play against. Well, this is going to be interesting. Let's see how it goes. Almost mono blue stuff. Yeah, so our win cons are big Gear Seekers, or defend the ground a lot and then have Sabotage Strategists just fly over, like, and the Thopter token and possibly Hull Drifter just fly over and kill them. Could also out-tempo them with like Spike Shell Harriers. Also can kill them with River Churn and or Aether Siphon milling them out. Or tons of mana with Seed of Arma, possibly including Radiant Lotus. Alright, match 1 on the draw. This is fine. Keep. Alright. Land, go. Yep, Death Toucher is one of the reasons 0X's don't work. So, Mangler. This also doesn't play well into this either, because if they saddle it, then it can't block in any profitable way. Recolors all basics. Attack? No? Yes? I will happily snap trade this. Alright, well, not drawing any lands, so let's play Kalorna and pass. They didn't play anything last turn. Presumably something this turn. Debris Beetle. Okay. I can actually block that with Kalorna, which is pretty nice. It's crew 2, so I don't have any attacks into it either. I'm really disappointed we haven't hit a land here, so let's just play Mindspring Merfolk and then pass the turn. I will have to actually use this to draw a card if I don't find a land. And there's Grimbauble, so it dies, unfortunately. Island is the most powerful card in the game, indeed. So they crewed Debris Beetle, okay. Sure, yeah. And we don't have a good block here, for God's sake. Alright, I guess we flood this. No more attacking us with Debris Beetle. All these good things to play, and we can't play them. Combat, no swing. Oh, they are swinging. Okay, block. And didn't play anything. Alright, here's finally more lands. Play this guy. Pop in the Bauble to Surveil. If we draw another land next turn, we can potentially, so they 1-1'd it, we can potentially play 2 Spikeshell Harriers back to back. Cycles Ketrodon. I think I would have cycled Ketrodon first and then Surveilled. Another Ketrodon, okay. For fuck's sake, can we not draw... Why can we not draw any lands? Alright, Riverturn Monument, and then we don't have anything good to do here, so... Pass to them. Just non-stop games decided by Monoscrew. Yeah, alright, so we take 5. Trigger this. No blocks. Is there any reason for me to mill myself? I don't think there is, right? Alright, mill you. Milling Ooze Patrol, Molt Tender. So they actually have things that care about the graveyard. Okay, finally. First things first, we attack. Because it says Vigilance anyway, so why not? Swing. Alright, Spike Shell. Bounce this. Spin out on Spike Shell, yeah, okay. Then they play Ketrodon again, and they gain life, but that's fine. We just need to get it off the board for a turn. Mimeoplasm. X is 4. Eating Molt, Ooze Patrol. Oh, come on. And so, because... Okay, well, you need 2 mana to activate it, right? So 12-12. At least we've got another Spike Shell for this, so... Get the fuck out of here. So yeah, our River Turn Monument's really bad against them. Like, really, really... So their hand's Mimeoplasm, Ketrodon. Alright, Ketrodon returns, triggers... Am I supposed to mill them or not with the Mimeoplasm in their deck? So this is... Mill 2, they have no creatures in their graveyard right now. So they go to 18... Any number of target players equals the number of cards in their graveyard, right? Yeah. I think I'm supposed to mill them because I don't see myself winning a long game here anyway. So let's mill them. They milled Earth Rumbler and Nimblethopterist. Okay. So I have 2 artifacts in play. If I play Thopterist, I'll have another artifact in play, and then that'll be -3, so I can only play one or the other. I can't play both. This can't attack into reach, so we just play Gear Seeker. And Gear Seeker blocks the Ketrodon because Strata just reduces its power, so... We can bump here and win the long game with Monument. Alright. Swing. Okay, block here. If you've got some kind of a trick, show it to me. Bump. Mimeoplasm, 1 unknown. Alright, so they exile the Thopterist. So they can... And Scurryfoot, sure. And they can activate the Scurryfoot. Alright, null. Pothole Mole, Night Market. Okay. So this is potentially 6 power because they make it a copy of this and then it's a 6/5. They don't have any blockers in the air right now, so I can attack with the Strategist. And then we go... so they have 7 in their graveyard, so we exhaust. They mill 7, that doesn't kill them. So combat. Swing here. I could exhaust this. It cost me all my mana, though, and I would rather mill them again. Yeah, let's just swing here. Then play Thopterist. Alright, then they exhaust, they make a Elephant token, and then they still don't have any good attacks, right? This becomes a copy permanently, right? Become a copy of target creature card exiled with it, except it's a 0/0. Why does it target the card in exile? It's so weird. Swing here, this triggers, okay. So once again, we'll just bump this. Uh-huh, yeah. It's gonna have 5 power, right? Why is it dead? Oh, except it's a 0/0. Okay, so the stats don't overcome that. Gotcha. I thought it was in addition. All right, so they have Mimeoplasm. Oh, okay. Our opponent has just conceded the entire match. I'm confused. I was gonna say it's potentially good to bring in Trip Up to make the Mimeoplasm. Like we can just bounce it back to their hand and then they've already eaten everything. But I guess that we're not going to do that. Alright, that went reasonably well, except Radiant Lotus was just rotting in our hand the whole game. Match 2 on the play. Okay, keep this. We drew 3 out of our 4 forests. This, play this. Opponent. Night Market on black. Okay. Let's play Vinwixt. Probably spending this turn killing whatever it is that they play. Intimidation tactics, so they can take Spike Shell or Radiant. Yeah, they take Spike Shell, obviously. Alright. Oh, we got nothing. Back to them. And they're doing nothing. Back to us. Alright, we'll just keep drawing lands. Back to them. That's all of our forests out of our deck. Cycle Shepherd Archfiend, okay. Pothole Mole, uh-huh. Swamp, Bestow Greatness, Gibrick. Well, I don't actually need to kill this, because Vinwixt can just block it. So I think we just don't kill it. Flood the Engine. Also don't need to play that, just pass back to them. Swing. Alright, block. Alright. Block checking us. I guess they could have Rimbobble. Risen Necrogent. Alright, that is something we will kill. I probably should be efficient about this, so let's see. I play Kalorna, and then I should probably just flood that now. Even any bigger creature that comes out, I can just Scrap Compactor them. Aganosaur, yeah. With defend the Rider mana up, unfortunately. If they have defend the Rider, so be it. It's more likely that they're going to have max overdrive as well, so let's just try. Yeah, okay, they did not. Back to them. Well, we're doing a whole lot of nothing. Probably you have to just cut Radiant Lotus. If you don't have Seed of Arma or the Merfolk, it just doesn't do anything. Another big card, Ketradon, sure. Hey, a card we can finally use. Back to them. Not that we can even hit them because reach, but, you know, something. Siphon out, kill Kalorna. Yeah, alright. They gonna attack? If you do, I start getting speed up, and then they're gonna swing here? Alright, trigger this. Vinwix blocks here. Alright. And Gibrick, sure. Let's exhaust this now. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay. We're gonna take 8. Block here. Death in 2 turns. Or next turn, rather. I gotta chump block Ketradon. Booze Patrol. 5/5. And Bloodghast. Alright, well, we've just drawn absolutely nothing. Just nothing the whole game. So, we've drawn 9 lands. Yeah, this is just insanity. Okay. So, yeah, this was a neat idea, but it's just not working out. So, get rid of this and bring in... I'm gonna say Trip Up. It's gonna be Trip Up. We need to be able to interact with their bullshit, including, like, big, expensive cards, fight effects. So we obviously need to draw lands. We need to draw multiple lands. We need to draw 2 lands in a row. Although we can cycle Trip Up, so I guess this is okay. Intimidation tactics. I'm not sure which one they'll take. Tuxedo, sure. Alright, need to draw lands. Gibrick. Cycle this. Not a land. Alright, good, a land. Play Siphon. Unfortunately, we don't have a good defense right now, so we are just going to be taking damage. So 3 from Gibrick, go to 17. And then they didn't play anything. Alright, I definitely want to draw a card this turn, so let's draw. And then if they've got a kill spell for Merfolk, whatever. Oh, still haven't drawn a land. This is just insanity. Game after game after game being decided by Monoscrew. Momentum Breaker, we have to sack Mines Merfolk, yeah, sure. Take another 3. Alright. I want to keep drawing cards, so it's going to be Guide Light Pass. And then I can't just keep taking damage, so I will block this. Swing, block. Alright. Ooze Patrol. Milling over. 2 creatures becomes a 5/5. Cool. Alright, draw a card. Play land. Our whole turn has to be taken up flooding this because I can't just take a bunch of damage, so... Flood. And then we'll still draw more cards off of Aether Siphon. And then next turn we can play Gear Seeker, or we can play Strategist plus draw, depending on what they do. Although I imagine, given what we've seen of their deck so far, they're just going to play a really big threat. Yep, there's Ketradon. Figured as much. Ooh, Spike Shell Harrier is a great draw. I don't care if they gain life, that's fine. So... play this, bounce your guy. Scrap Compactor, go. And then even if they replay it, then I can just Scrap Compactor to kill it. Night Market. Naming blue. Okay. Oh yeah, that's for Mimeoplasm. Ketradon again. So if they play Mimeoplasm, what am I doing next turn? It'll be really big, but nothing has trample, so sure, it's just kill this. And actually get my speed up. Nothing. Alright. One, 5, 8. So Hull Drifter, 3 mana left. This costs 4. I'm 1 off. Well, let's see what happens when I attack them. Swing. Silk and Strength to untap this. Yep. Okay. Nothing to be done about that. And then it's a really big creature that can attack us as well. So, let's see, if I play Hull Drifter, can't do anything else. I could draw first, see what happens. I guess I draw. I guess I just play Gear Seeker and just take the hit from this. Well, they're swinging. Alright, no blocks. A Tark Mammoth. Wonderful. Well, we do block it. So I have 9 mana. So I could play Hull Drifter plus Strategist, or I could play Buccaneer. Probably Hull Drifter, see what I draw, and then probably just play Strategist after that. Hull Drifter. Draw 2 cards. If I played a land this turn, I have. I am 1 short of playing Spike Shell, so... This is crew 3. Let's reduce their power. Alright, back to you, opponent. Shephet Archfiend. God damn it. Are you kidding me? So this is gonna die, and then they can saddle a Tark Mammoth, right? Yeah, okay, so... Our opponent just has, like, all bombs. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Just, like, one Haymaker after another that we can't deal with. Can't you just saddle this? I guess they don't want to attack because we just block and kill it. Yeah. And now a 5/5 flyer, so I guess I can put it back in their hand, which sounds horrendous. But I guess that doesn't actually hurt me, because they just -2 everything again. So let's say I'm going Spike Shell. That costs all of this, and then I've got 5 left, so I can draw anyway. So I may as well draw first. Alright, Spike Shell. Put it back in your hand. And then play Buccaneer. I guess, do I just attack with Hull Drifter here? They didn't have any good... Yeah, I guess we just crew this. They didn't have good attacks last turn, and they won't this turn. So this gets our speed up. And then we still gotta find an answer to this Archfiend. I've already used Flood, and I've already used Scrap Compactor. Do I have anything else? I think that's it. I don't think I have an answer. Sky Serpent? Oh, come on! Wait, you're playing these instead of Archfiend? But if you play Archfiend, they're dying. So I'm confused. Alright, so this blocks Hull Drifter, so I don't have an attack. I do have a free attack with Serpent if I pay all the mana into it, but then they have much better attacks with like a Tark Mammoth, for example. I do really, really need to get this online, but I can't afford to attack with this. Oy. Alright, let's draw. Let's activate Buccaneer. Huzzah, River Churn Monument. And then Mangler. More defense. And then I have no attacks here, so just pass. So then I assume they exhaust Serpent? Yeah. Revealed Swamp Swamp Runover. So Runover's on the bottom of their deck right now. The moment they find a removal spell for Gearseeker, we're just so fucked, is the problem. Alright. Attack with the Snake and Bloodghast. Alright, so this blocks here so that Sheffet doesn't kill it, and then I guess I could have traded Hull Drifter for this. Probably should have done that. Alright, block there. They play Shep and it kills their Serpent, right? Uh-huh. Yep, so Serpent's dead. Milieu. Reef Road's a Gonosaur, okay. So, let's see. Unblockable, hit you, speed maximum, and then I have 6 mana left, so then they're at 15, so then I go draw a card with Aether Siphon, they mill, they go to 11 cards left in their, yeah, so they go to 11 cards, they have 3 left in their library, and then activate Monument, they mill 11, and go to 2, so it's not lethal. But it'll be lethal next turn. So I just need to hang back here. So let's draw a card. Alright. Thopterist. Make a Thopter. Let's go ahead and pop this as well. Alright. Over to them. So they're dead in, they should be dead in 1 turn. Risen Necrogent, sure. Saddle the Atark Mammoth, uh-huh. So, if I If they have Bestow Greatness, this is 9, and then if I block with Hull Drifter plus Thopter, then that's still 6 and I lose, so there's no reason to put the Hull Drifter in front of it. So block here, block here. Spin out, kill our guy, sure. Damage, milieu. Alright, they have 12 cards in their graveyard, so let's just exhaust this. Mill all your cards. Alright. And we still have another one to go. Yeah, I'm definitely not playing Spell Pierce. I think this is fine. I do have to note that Flood the Engine has the Silken Strength interaction with them. So there is that to take note of. Actually, I probably should have cut one of the cheap cards for another Hull Drifter. Oh well. Will a Rush? Sure. Play this. Well, we got Seed of Varma, not that it's going to matter, because it's going to get killed way before the ability winds up taking effect. Seed of Varma, go! All the colors. But they're just not playing anything. Alright, combat. Swing here. Play Buccaneer. Land number 4. Ooze Patrol, milling. 2 lands. It's a 2/2. Alright. We really need to hit another land this turn, so let's just attack them. Let's swing here and here. And then activate Buccaneer. Didn't hit. Alright, well, if that's the case, I really don't probably care about Optimizer, although if we miss lands again, it's so bad. That at least gets us one closer to like Spike Shell and Hull Drifter, so I probably don't get rid of that. But Trade and Trip Up are also cards I don't want to get rid of, and I don't want to get rid of Flood the Engine, so... I think long-term Guidelight's probably a card that's not going to be relevant, so probably just get rid of that. We're somehow aggroing them. Alright, land number 5. What's happening now? Tarion, alright, yeah. Land number 4. Put it on top of your deck so they just have to replay it. That sounds good. We can actually potentially tempo them out here. It's like if we draw another land next turn, then we Spike Shell it. Swing. Or they just play it and then we flood it again. Did they put it on top? They put it on the bottom. Gibrick. Run over to kill Sita, sure. Comes in tapped. So whether I use this or flood, it's the same thing, right? Let's just shoot Gibrick. Combat. Swing. Play this. Go. Big expensive card? Agonosaur, yeah. And kill our guy. Darn. Alright, well we have to deal with this, so Spike Shell, bounce it. So that stops it for one turn, then what are we doing? So it comes back. And then we can steal it, but I don't want to give them Spike Shell. And it comes back. Let's see, I can take a bunch of damage from them, so I'm fine just playing Hull Drifter this turn. Or I could go Kalorna, I could flood it, Kalorna. It's probably better to just flood it. Just keep getting damage in here, because then this puts them to 1, or they have to chump with their ooze. Combat, swing. Yeah, chump block. We play Kalorna. And now I have a card that I don't care if I give it to somebody. Cycles Chef it, because they can't play it. Lagak. Sky Serpent. I could play Gear Seeker, and then they're just dead next turn if they don't have an answer to it. Alternatively, I go trade, switch Kalorna for Sky Serpent. I feel like just make them have the answer to Gear Seeker. Yeah, just make them have the answer to Gear Seeker. They've already spent Run Over. So yeah, they got one card left in their hand. That card has to be an answer to Gear Seeker or they're dead. Alright, well, let's see. Activate. It actually is an answer to Gear Seeker. Amazing. Alright. Over to them. We got another one next turn. Alright. Sky Serpent puts some stuff into play. So they have 2 turns to find the next answer to Gear Seeker. Swinging with Lagak, sure, I'll trade. Gibrick. Alright, so not an answer to Gear Seeker. Oh, but by blocking with Spike Shell, I'm one off. Oof. Alright, let's put Gibrick back in their hand, I guess? I don't know. Does that matter that much? Maybe it's better to just play Hull Drifter. Draw some cards. We have a lot of time, like they're not putting that much pressure on us, and they cannot possibly afford to attack with Sky Seeker Serpent, so... Because if I ever, like, they need to be able to block Hull Drifter so that they don't just take a bajillion damage. Okay. Oh, really? Walk. So Spike Shell, bounce this back to your hand, crew Hull Drifter, attack you, you go to 2. Or I just play Gear Seeker and then they die again, they die next turn. This costs me 6 right now. They go to 2 if I do this, right? I guess I play Gear Seeker and then crew it and hit them. I think I want to be more mana efficient in my plays, so play this, bounce this guy, through. This makes Serpent not able to attack anymore. Play Vinwixt. Swing. Yeah, this can't attack because Hull Drifter kills them if they attack with it. Which means all I gotta do is swap it for something, crew Hull Drifter, kill them. Really? Attacking? Okay, well they must have drawn some kind of answer to Hull Drifter then. Aether Jacket. Alright, well they're still dead then. Why not just play your other guy? I know you have it. Alright, trade... switch Kalorna for this. That was such a greedy attack. Like, if I just have any answer to your flyer, then you just die. Alright. 2 matches down, 1 to go. Oh, whoops. Remember, before we do that, take Radiant Lotus out, put in Trip Up. Alright, this looks fine. We're on the draw, right? Yeah. Alright, Mind Spring. Gruul, Boost Buggy, okay. So let's play Mangler, like this. And then even if they crew this, we can block it and trade. World Wagon, all right. Well then, I probably flood the engine this thing, because I don't want this to get crewed and start hitting us. So flood that one. And swing. Boom, Scholar. So now they can exhaust this for 1. Yikes. Alright, well, we still trade with it, hopefully. Unless they have run over on top of all that, which would be crazy. Plow through, sure. Just all the cards. All the cards. Alright, well, we're going to play Sabotage Strategist. Not that that's even very good here, but... back to them. They can even activate Boom Scholar now, too. And I have no good blocks here, either. Outpace Oblivion. Yeah, this is dying. Uh-huh. So we take 7. Fuck. Alright. I just don't have the time to activate this is the problem. And one of the reasons why it's actually pretty bad. Another card? Treasure. Hazard. Jeez. I just don't have any good blocks. This exhausts for 5. So they exhaust this. It's 7 trample. Or they just pump this. Give everything trample, then they're attacking for 4, 9, 13. I'm not going to have enough defense, and we're just going to lose. I mean, it doesn't... they have multiple ways of just killing us, and there's no possible way we can fight it, so... we may as well just concede here and not show them any more cards. Alright, so what am I up against? I don't feel like I can change anything. Opponent is hellbent? Yeah, but we're just going to lose on the board, so it doesn't matter. Alright, I don't change anything. We're just going to run this back. Kalorna obviously would have been a good blocker. Opponent just aggroed us out. Alright, keep... ugh, sure, yeah, keep this. Fine. Alright, so we have definitively proven that Radiant Lotus is just not good in Limited. Even when you have it and multiple artifacts and some sort of payoff for it, it's just this dead card in your hand way too often. Like, for example, in this deck, I wanted to... oh, it can be this crazy mana outlet for Seed of Armor. The thing is, like, by the time you have a Radiant Lotus in play and enough artifacts that you can sack it and a Seed of Armor, shouldn't Seed of Armor just be lethal on its own anyway? And then anytime you don't have the Seed of Armor or Mindspring Merfolk, then the Radiant Lotus is just a dead card. Oh, for God's sake. I may actually just exhaust a trade with it, because this is going to be a big problem if it sticks around. If they just go creature, saddle, attack, I pretty much have to trade with this because I can't allow it to just continue to grow every turn when our deck is full of artifacts. Yep. Uh-huh. And I'm not going to have the time to ever activate this. So activate, X is 0. Gets a counter, we trade. Alright. Buccaneer. Once again, I'm probably just going to have to trade with this if they attack with it. Now you might say, why am I trading with it when I can just activate it next turn and then be big enough to block? Because it's so bad if they then just like play another creature that it can't block. Like, all right, Aether Siphon, play this, pass. Like, they're trying to aggro me, so I just need to do whatever I can to not get aggroed. Boom Scholar, and then this costs 1. Yeah, so fucking terrible. Alright, I guess we Spike Shell. Can this bounce vehicles? Yeah, so we Spike Shell, bounce this back to their hand. I guess? This can almost be activated. I mean, I'm definitely playing Spike Shell this turn. The only question is, what am I bouncing? Trade with this, and they get another treasure. But if they just go land, and then this can just hit us anyway. It's 3 mana to play and activate this regardless, so it's the same amount of mana. Alright, bounce this one. Yeah, I was wondering what the heck you were talking about there, Edward, because you were talking about stuff that's like not even on the screen. Your video is 8 minutes behind, indeed. They have Boost Buggy and 3 unknown cards. Hazard of the Dunes, yeah, okay. So this is the only turn that I'm going to have an attack that's actually good, right? Because if I just stay on defense, they can pump... I mean, assuming they draw land... Like, I'm not going to be able to block Hazard. So I may as well attack and get speed up. Am I playing Huldrifter? I'm taking a lot of damage. Or I can go activate Aether Siphon, draw, play Seed of Arma, but I kind of... Seed of Arma's not blocking either way. So I get more cards overall with Huldrifter. And then next turn I can Reef Roads and have a Huldrifter, although that doesn't matter either. Their creatures are just so much bigger than mine. This costs 5 to activate, which they have, and I can't deal with it. So I just need to find the maximum amount of cards so that I can try to fight their creatures. So... let's swing. And obviously they won't block. Speed goes up. Alright, Huldrifter. Trigger, draw, play land, go. Found 0 answers. The best thing would be if they exhaust Hazard and then we find trade, and we can trade some bullshit for Hazard and have a 7/7. So assuming they exhaust this turn, we're taking 10 going to 6. They did not activate. Boost Buggy returns. Plow through, killing Hole Drifter. You just got it every time, eh? Alright. Ooh, Spike Shell. What a nice draw. So Spike Shell, bounce this, and then I do want to get Speed Online. I really, really want to get Speed Online. So actually, if I bounce Boom Scholar, they have to replay it. Hazard's more expensive anyway. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. So they can always exhaust this is the problem. I guess I go bounce Boom Scholar, and then they have to crew the Boost Buggy in response if they want to block with it. And if they do want to block with it, I'm fine with that. So bounce here. Yeah, Boost Buggy, Put that back in your hand. If they trade with that, that's fine. So, swing. Yeah, they just did it to do it. Alright. And then we play... Do we play a blocker or... Like, Seed of Armor or Vinwix here's pretty whatever. I trade with either creature, and I'm not going to block the other one, so I'd probably just draw. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7 if they play a land. Yeah, we just need to find answers, so we'll just hold this on defense and then Aether Siphon to draw a card. Lots of things I could find. Flood the engine, trade the helm. Alright, if they have a combat trick, they have a combat trick. What can we do? Alright, this is 6 mana. Alright, come on. Three mana. Crash and burn. Yeah, of course, opponent just always has everything. Cool. Alright. Let's draw. So we take 8 and go to 1. And then this is representing incredible lethal next turn, and we've still drawn nothing. This is just fucking insanity. Alright. So I have to be able to block this, and I have to be able to block 7 damage from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If they draw land, no, they don't even have to draw land. They get to attack with this and make a treasure. So I have to block this and have 7 toughness to absorb on this guy. Love to be able to attack with Spike Shell this turn, but probably just can't do that. So I have 6, 7, 8 mana. And that allows me to play everything in my hand. So I'm going to have to go Vinwix, Chump on Buggy, and then put everything else on the Hazard. Then they'll exhaust it, killing Spike Shell and Seed of Arma, leaving me with a Buccaneer probably. So Buccaneer, Seed of Arma, Vinwixed. Pass turn. Oh, there's another land. Boom Scholar. Okay. And then they can still activate this, because they'll go swing, make a treasure, and then they'll have exactly enough mana to activate Hazard to the Dunes, right? Yeah. So here, 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 here. And then I'm still in a horrible position next turn, because I only retain 1 creature, and they still have Boom Scholar plus Buggy. I'm either keeping Seed of Arma or Buccaneer, either of which is terrible for me. Don't know why our opponent's taking so long to do this, but yeah, okay. So the only question is, which creature are we getting? This also gets to trample next turn. Since they have 2 active creatures in play, I would guess that I would need to find multiple answers. So I'd need to like draw a card to have that be an answer, then Aether Siphon have that also be an answer, and be able to play both. They left a Sita, sure. We have drawn an island, the worst draw we could have possibly had. Not even a forest to exhaust here. I guess we have Reef Roads to make a pilot. Well, no, it doesn't matter because Boom Scholar gives Trample, so we have to get rid of Boom Scholar. Draw. Beautiful. So this becomes 9 power of Trample, and then we just die. All right. 2 and 1. I feel like a lot of that was bullshit as well. It's just like, okay, obviously, you know, your opponents are going to have good decks, especially once you get to the, you know, undefeated bracket, but like, just always having the perfect curve, always having all the removal. I mean, what can you do? They had it. It was draft number 17, I think, so we go to 18 as the next one. And yeah, we've definitively proven that Radiant Lotus is just completely terrible in draft, and there's just no reason to ever put it in your deck. Alright. Another one. Oh, that was quick. Redshift. So, yeah. I like Redshift. It is multicolor. There is also Hazard of the Dunes and Lightning Strike here, so maybe Redshift is just wrong. You know, it is probably wrong. It's probably just Hazard is the correct pick. Or Thunderhead Gunner. Whew. I almost didn't see that. Which one's better between these? I think actually Thunderhead Gunner is. It just is a big body, and then it just lets you filter out all the bad cards in your hand for better cards. This guy's cool. The Exhaust 12 never comes up. So he's basically a Pit Automaton that also just can attack. Like, has actually good stats. But yeah, I think I'm just supposed to take either Hazard or Thunderhead Gunner here, and between the two, I think it's supposed to be Thunderhead, unless you prioritize green better. This obviously helps you win the game in a bigger way because of the Exhaust ability, and it's cheaper, but this helps you just filter out all your bad cards, so I'll just take Thunderhead Gunner. Spectacular Pile-Up, and there's a Lightning Strike, so we've just passed a second Lightning Strike in that case. Well, I like Spectacular Pile-Up. Just clear away all the problematic cards. That would mean we're in Boros. Or we abandon one of the cards. Yeah, I'm fine taking that. Other good cards in here, Boom Scholar, Surveyor. Passing 2 Lightning Strikes is pretty rough, though. After we already took a red card. Alright, Boost Buggy, Petrodon. Oh, there's another Hazard here. Okay. That would mean abandoning one of these. So if I don't want to abandon one of these, then there's no mono red card in the pack, and then the only white card is really Air Response Unit, and I don't particularly like that. I think I'd rather just take Hazard, and then if we don't get to play one of these cards, so be it. The Mimeoplasm. Oh, man. So, I've been coming off the rainbow bullshit for a while. And it's mainly that every time I try to draft rainbow bullshit, it just doesn't go well, and it winds up being a worse deck than if I hadn't drafted that, even though, yeah, we already have all these cards. It's obviously the more exciting card. It may even wheel, but I probably won't. But I think I'm just supposed to take Greenbelt Guardian and be happy with that. Alright, Beast Rider Vanguard is great, so is Crash and Burn. Although I do really like this guy, it does take a significant way into the game before it actually gets good. I also don't know that I'm definitely red either, because I want to play Pile Up if possible, so I guess we'll just take the card that we know we're going to play. Now, is that even true? Like, Crash and Burn is just so much better. This guy doesn't get good until later, and we already have Thunderhead to help filter us through stuff, so maybe, yeah, just take Crash and Burn. Mako, Molt Tender, Push the Limit. Alright, it's not Mako. Could be Scrap Compactor. Molt Tender would let us do more multicolor stuff if we go that direction. But in all likelihood, I'm probably going to wind up cutting Pile Up and then just having a straightforward rule deck. I doubt like Mimeo and whatnot's going to wheel, so let's just take the card again that we know we're going to play. Jaguar, Dredger's Insight, don't need that. Off-color duel, yeah, just take the Jaguar. Okay, Velo Heartbike to get up to the higher mana costs, and it fixes, which is nice. I'll take it over Silken Strength and the red cards, so yeah. Take this. Wow, Lightning Strike wield? Really? Alright. We're not playing any of these, so I guess Skybox, I mean, we're not playing the non-Gruul cards, so. It's gonna sideboard this, probably not playing that. Take Skybox Fairy. Take, take this. Doesn't really matter. Alright, Rummaging Land, Duel, or just Aether Jacket. I guess just Aether Jacket. Even though Aether Jacket's so bad. But, whatever. Take the Aether Jacket, probably not taking like a random dual land. Okay, take Artillerist, sure. Yeah, and obviously like Mimeo didn't wheel, Redshift didn't wheel. Boost Buggy didn't wheel. So somebody took Lightning Strike, but then they didn't take the second Lightning Strike? Like, okay, that just doesn't make sense. Alright, this is a decent skeleton of a deck so far. Count on luck. Okay, so the thing is, I actually would play that. However, I think I can probably wheel it. I don't think anybody else is going to take it. And therefore, I'm perfectly fine taking Greenbelt or Mech Cycle. And between the two, I think I'm supposed to take Greenbelt. So take this and then just try to wheel this card. Like, triple red's a pretty difficult cost to pay. I don't think anyone else will take it, especially like Lightning Strike wheeled. So I think I can wheel it. And if it doesn't wheel, okay, sure. So Boom Scholar probably is the pick here. Probably, although there's a lot of good stuff. There's another Thunderhead Gunner. There's a Lagak. How much exhaust do I have? Yeah, I've got 2 of these green belts and Hazard. So it probably is just supposed to be Boom Scholar. And then presumably the Lagak will get taken. The Thunderhead Gunner is almost certainly going to get taken. But I'm fine wheeling Prow Catcher or Pace Setter. So take the Boom Scholar. Alright, do we want Tyrox, Prow Catcher? I mean, I'll take Prow Catcher over Tyrox now that we've got Boom Scholar for sure. And then there's also Scurryfoot. Hang on, Scurryfoot. I'll take Scurryfoot over any of those. And then there's Rocky Roads, which I still will take Scurryfoot over. Okay, I'm fine wheeling any of the red cards here. Let's just take Scurryfoot. Double Hell Rides. Surveyor is probably the only pick, not Mako, not an off-color duel, not the Rummaging Land. Alright, Surveyor it is. So we have Burner Rocket, Gibrick, Gastel. I think it's supposed to be Gastel. Burner Rocket's whatever, Gibrick's whatever. This, at least, is just like a 3-mana Sorcery Speed Shatter, or you can, like, sack your Scurryfoot. Or, like, some other thing that doesn't matter. So I think we just take this. This is still here somehow. Tyrox, Kickoff. I'm not taking Kickoff. I'm not taking Broken Wings. I guess we take Tyrox. So with all of this, I'm definitely going to want a lot of like combat tricks or other cheap removal if I want all these guys to be able to get in early. Let's take Tyrox. Alright, Silken Strength is a good combat trick that helps pair up with all of that stuff, so we'll take that. So unfortunately, it looks like the Count on Luck did not wheel. Double Dune Drifters. Alright, we'll just take another Gastel. Another Silken Strength, sure, that works for me. So now we have a pretty good curve in terms of like play cheap stuff, Silken Strength them, just beat in on our opponents pretty fast. Prime cuts are, I don't think we actually have speed stuff going on, so Aether Jacket, Artillerist, those are pretty easy to cut, probably Fairy would be another easy cut. In fact, we're probably going to pick up enough that I'm just going to preemptively move all of these to the board. So move this, move this. Prow Catcher, sure, take that. Another Tyrox or a Rocky Roads. I know I'll play that. I don't know, I think we want to be more aggressive, so maybe Tyrox is better in this case, the second Tyrox. Alright, probably not playing this, but taking it over the other 2 cards. Burner Rocket, sure, we'll take that. Full Throttle may actually be good in this deck, although I think Lightning Strike's probably better overall. There's also Earth Rumbler. I think we just take the Lightning Strike. We're definitely not taking it through Tyrox. I think we take the Lightning Strike, and then I'm happy to wheel Bestow, Earth Rumbler, or Full Throttle. Like, any of those wheeling would be fine. But this is just going to be more often better. We're definitely low to the ground aggro. We want to be able to kill opposing creatures and get in with our Tyroxes and whatnot, so almost certainly Lightning Strike has to be the correct pick here. And then once again, like, yeah, Full Throttle, Earth Rumbler, Tyrox, like any of those, Bestow Greatness. Actually, if assuming, like, all of these wheel, I think the correct pick is actually just Bestow Greatness. We'll see. Gas Guzzler, Midnight, Broadside. There's another Lightning Strike. Okay, well, we'll take that. Also a Plow Through, but we'll just take the Lightning Strike. Okay, we've got Jaguar, we've got this thing that doesn't matter, and then we've got Silken Strength as another spell. We're pretty heavy on spells, right? We've got 3 Lightnings, 2 Silkens, Scrap Compactor, that's 6. Veilheart 7, 8 on the Crash and Burn. However, Silken Strength is really good with Tyrox. It turns Tyrox into a 5/3, right? And I guess that's not that great. Yeah, you know what? Oh, a Burner Rock. Burner Rock also can probably get cut at some point. Yeah, let's just take Jaguar. There's another Full Throttle. Well, the pick is not Full Throttle. It's probably Gunner. How good is this with Silken Strength? So it becomes a 3/5, and then you can give it Double Strike. We're definitely going to be making room. Let's cut Burner Rocket. There's 2 Full Throttles going around. Interesting. This guy's just so stupidly good. Like, okay, just turn all the rest of your land drops, like, so you never flood anymore, into actual cards. Yeah, take this guy. Gastel, Fang Guardian. Yet another Gastel. What am I cutting at this point? The second Tyrox? Or Veilheart Bike? We don't really need to ramp as hard. Maybe we're supposed to take this. Hold it in the pack. Alright, let's take Fang Guardian, even though I think I'll probably wind up cutting that for further picks, but we'll see. Alright, Bestow Greatness. We're almost certainly playing that. So good with Tyrox and like all of our other cheap spells. So we're going to take that and we're going to replace... probably Fang Guardian. Yeah. I don't know, this is a better tempo play, which is kind of like what we're doing. Maybe I'm supposed to replace Jaguar with that. Take Bestow. Ketrodon, we're probably not going to play this. But I'll just take it anyway. Dredgers, Goda, dual land in our colors. I probably would definitely play that. So then the only question is, like, do I want Goda? I guess I might want Goda more. What am I cutting? The second Tyrox? No, I think it's fine if we don't have Goda. We're 100% playing the dual land, so let's take this. Full Throttle did come around. I still think I'm just supposed to take Bestow Greatness. And between that and Silken Strength, I'm pretty sure it's Bestow over Silken Strength. So we take the Bestow. Sure, this thing. Alright, with triple Lightning Strike and 2 Bestows, I wonder if I'm not just supposed to cut the Strength and just play something else. Another Silken Strength, sure, sideboard. Pace Setter Paragon, yeah, really, really good with Bestow Greatness later in the game, so take that. I have to cut a card. Probably the Silken Strength. Creatures separately. Yeah, probably want to get rid of a spell. Maybe Scrap Compactor, just because it's like the least mana efficient of any of these cards. So then that leaves us with triple Lightning Strike, Bestow, Bestow, Crash and Burn, Silken Strength, and then like a really good curve. Burner Rocket's also good with Tyrox, but then you still wind up losing your Tyrox. So I'd rather just play stuff that doesn't involve me losing my creatures. And I'm probably not playing these Rummaging Lands, so we're going to go here, and then I assume the whole deck is basically color even. A little favored in red, but not by much, so yeah. Add 8 and 8. Yep. Alright, we have become the aggro. We are now the aggro deck. Is there any reason that I would want to change anything else? I don't think so. Let's go ahead. On the play. Alright. Yeah, keep. You need to draw a third land, but that's alright. Turn 1, Nesting Bot. Well, that's the worst possible card we could have had for Lightning Strike to try to kill. I'm almost certainly not killing that. I'm just killing whatever their next thing is. Yeah. Alright, let's shoot this. Alright, if we don't hit our third land, we're... Yeah, there we go. Okay, probably Boom Scholar. Yeah. Veteran Beast Rider, So let's definitely attack, and if they block, we get to trick them. Swing. Block. Alright, let's Silken Strength that. Is that the most mana efficient player, or is it just Bestow Greatness? I want a bigger payoff later, and let's just Silken Strength that. So it also means that the Nesting Bot doesn't get an attack. Which is why I like it more. Cycles Detention Chariot. Plays Spot Cycle. Okay. Alright, combat. Swing. And play Pace Setter with the mana to activate this hold open, just in case I need to. Voyager Glide Car. Alright. They put it on top. I would assume it's a land that they're missing. Jeez, I can give this Double Strike and bestow it. It's nuts. They are representing Ride mana, but let's just swing in anyway. If they have it, they have it. Bruise the Spot Cycle. Block there. Activate the ability. Alright. Let's just see if we can get in a bajillion damage. Indeed. Boom! Alright, so they have Nesting Bot, and that makes Tyrox way, 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 way worse. But I don't really think I have anything to replace it with. Yeah, I guess we just run it back. Alright, this is fine, keep it. Turn 1 immediately just cycles the Tension Chariot, sure. Alright, well we're not blocking, so I will just try to hit them. And if they trade, they trade. Alright, they're trading. Night Market on white. And Spot Cycle. Both on top. Alright, well... I'd really hoped we would have hit something by now. Alright, we're probably just killing that. Yeah, we're just gonna kill it now. Broadcast Rambler, and then they get to crew that, sure. Alright, let's play Tyrox, pass, and then when they attack we can bestow this, although that's only 5 toughness, so the only thing we actually get to block with it is... So we can't block Broadcast Rambler. Oof, double. Alright, we do need a clean block on these guys. So I can block Spot Cycle. I mean, if they just attack here, then we get to trade. Alright. Block here. And bestow. That dies, we take some damage. Speed's maxed out. Exile Surveyor to draw. Sure. So this is 5 damage, so if I play this, it's still just trading. Most bounty efficient play is probably attack with Tyrox, play Green Belt, and then flash in Fang Guardian, although... I mean, I guess any of it trades here, so I should just Fang Guardian this now, and then swing, and then play Green Belt? Yeah. So target that. Play Green Belt. Because this doesn't work as an ambush because everything trades with it anyway, so let's just get 6 in. And then we can trade with it next turn, potentially. Depends. Skyseer's Chariot, presumably this can't be activated. Yeah, Greenbelt Guardian, Or it costs more, rather. Lagak. Brewing that guy. Alright, what's my attack? So if they just swing here, what's my attack? They have 2 blockers. Lagak Death Touch is one of them. I probably am not winning this. So let's say I go swing everything. They go Lagak gets in front of, I don't know. They probably crew the Chariot and they put Lagak here and Chariot in front of some other creature. And then we go bestow, trample, whatever the Lagak is blocking, presumably. And then that's 5 damage over it. So they take 9. Yeah, we need to block. So this is 6 damage next turn, so I can attack, but then I have to throw away all my creatures because the Chariot is making this not be able to exhaust. Well, that's not true. I bestow whatever the Chariot blocks. Ooh, Thunderhead Gunner. Alright, well if I'm playing this, then I'm not attacking with Green Belt, so let's just swing Tyrox. And then I don't care what they block with it. Yeah. Swing with Tyrox. Block there, sure. Trade. And then we can play Gunner. And now we have a reach blocker. Leonin Surveyor, but now they can't attack at all. So if I swing, it doesn't matter how they block because I can bestow greatness. This is 6 damage, so I'm not even dead on the backswing, and I have Pace Setter. It is bad if I attack with Thunderhead because then they have flyers that can hit me basically at no cost. So I probably just attack with Green Belt, and then when they block, I bestow it. Actually, no, that's not true. I've got Pace Setter Paragon. I can do that double striking trick again. If I just swing here, they chomp with Surveyor, and then to get to draw an extra card, so that's bad for me. So let's just play Pace Setter. And pass. Because this represents 14. Veteran Beast Rider, sure. And now they can activate it to pump their team, but they still don't actually have any good attacks, although they will have good blocks. Except for Pace Setter. So if they pass and then they put everything in front of Pace Setter, I mean, it's going to trade a bunch, so that's fine. Trigger. There's an argument to keeping lands so that Skyseer's Chariot can eventually be overcome, but I think that's bad. I think I almost certainly just discard this land and see if I have other options, although I'm probably just going to go swing Bestow this turn. Activate Ditch. Sure, combat. They absolutely have to block this. Alright. Crazy that they didn't block it. This is exactly how I killed you last game, and you're just not going to block it? Alright. Like, at least throw Interface Ace in front of it or something. Whoa. Match 2 on the play. Well, we don't have any creatures, but I'm still keeping this. We've got Lightning Strike to interact, and then all we have to do is find, like, a creature, and we can start doing alright. Well, we have not found a creature. Gas Guzzler. Alright, kill that. Well, we can keep drawing lands, that's cool too. Mutant Surveyor, the only... Oh, so I get punished if they have Overdrive or if they have Spell Pierce or something. Let's just... kill it now. Just make sure it's dead, and then we don't get blown out. Like, there's the slight upside that maybe they, like, activate it, and then we make them spend their mana for no reason, but that sounds unlikely. And the downside to getting blown out is so much worse. Buccaneer, okay. Are they gonna, yeah, sack, Deathless, kill this guy? Yep. And we have continuously drawn lands. 5, 6, 7 to 4 spells. Buccaneer. Speed up. Glitch Ghost. I mean, it's something at least. I guess I just block Kenai and then bestow it to kill Kenai. That's so bad, but like, what else am I doing? Gonti. Ugh. Ugh. So bad. Just swinging there, yeah. We don't even get to see the card that they steal from us, they just steal something. We're just nowhere even close to killing them. See, green belts, activate, meaning if I play Bestow this turn, I can't exhaust green belt in the same turn. If they block with Gonti, that's fine. Swing, and if they just block here, alright, just not blocking at all. Play green belt. Over to you. Swing both, sure. Block here. Activate. Lightning Strike? They got Lightning Strike off of Gonti. Oh my god. Yep. And now Gonti's just gonna outdraw us, and they have more cards than his period just to begin with. Benwixt. Oh, yeah, okay, we're dead. And we're drawing a land. Oh, cool. Yeah, alright, we're dead. Alright, I just, like, have no... I guess we're in Scrap Compactor, because we really need to kill their stuff and take out... I mean, I didn't see much artifact stuff from them, so I guess Gastel. A little slow, but fine. Alright, pass. You have a very good curve here. Surveyor into Hazard into Thunderhead. Vinwix, well... tis what it is. Glitch Ghost. Alright, let's block check them. No blocks. Alright. Hazard. You guys, you need to block. You need to block, and then if your guy gets killed by a combat trick, so be it. Because otherwise you're just taking damage for no reason. Midnight Mangler, sure. Engine Rat. Alright. So, swing, Engine Rat blocks this, they get trampled. Or they double block here. I need to force the issue. And I want to get speed up, so swing. Right, Engine Rat, sure. Trample, these trade off, get speed. Alright, play Thunderhead. And discard this. There's an argument to keeping it because if I keep it, then I can go Green Belt immediately, exhaust next turn, but we're going to find lands over the course of the game. It's better to get rid of a land for a spell. Siphon Field to kill this, and then they get to attack with Glitch Ghost, sure. They get to block here. That's fine. Swing. Block. Alright, bestow. So, speed maxes out, then we play Green Belt, and then we've got one turn to deal with Vinwixt or Glitch Ghost before their speed maxes. We're probably just killing Glitch Ghost. 5 mana. Ugh. Hate that guy. Alright, yep. If I scrap Compactor, I have to do... That's my whole turn. I definitely need to keep them off speed. As rough as it is, and then if they swing here, I have to double block, but... I cannot allow Vinwix to be online. I guess I have one more turn to maybe find a... No, I don't have another turn for a land. If they speed out, then Risen Necrogen also starts making zombies, so yeah, I need to just kill this now. Kill that. Absolutely cannot allow Vinwixt or Risen Necrogen to be online. Mu Yanling. Well, your deck is just full of rares, isn't it? Sarcophagus. Alright. Lightning Strike the vehicle token. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm doing, because they're going to go crew, swing, and then I Lightning Strike the vehicle token. So play Tyrox, and then just pass to them. Fruit, Okay, alright, Lightning Strike. Got to keep you off max speed. I can kill this thing, that doesn't matter. So I should just spend this turn exhausting Greenbelt. I can attack with Tyrox, that's a free hit, and then exhaust Greenbelt, or I just swing with both of them. then that means they get speed up. Does the zombies come in tapped? No, they don't. Alright, so let's say I go attack with Tie Rocks and they don't block it. Then they can, like, attack with everything. And then I go, like, Greenbelt, Exhaust, block, Risen Necrogent. Surveyor blocks Sarcophagus. I take 2 and go to 15, and then Vinwix is online, but otherwise they don't have anything. Alright, swing with Tie Rocks. Alright, block with Moo. It's fine. Yeah, we're going to pass. Deathless Pilot, sure. Alright, Exhaust. So this can attack, and they would have to block with Necrogent if they wanted. Yeah. And then I can play another Greenbelt and exhaust that. Sure. So combat. Swing here. No blocks. Take 5. Play this. Again, they can attack with everything, but then their blocks are bad. Or their attacks are bad. I get to eat their guys. Floods the engines, you say? Well, I may as well exhaust it now in case I ever find an answer to that. I don't think I have one, though, but whatever. Alright, now my blocks are pretty bad. So, they have to attack with multiple creatures. Yeah, alright, so we block here. Now speed's maxed out, and now we have very, very little time to deal with them, because they get to draw 2 cards a turn and start making zombie tokens. Yeah, this is pretty yikes. So this is a free block. Combat. Swing here. Glitch Ghost to draw, sure. Alright, at least this gets their zombie maker off the board. I mean, come on, block here. Yeah. This can give itself trample, so I may as well do that. Yeah. Take 1. I just need to get more stuff on the board. Let's just play this, even though I have no targets for it. Because now they have 3 blockers, but they're drawing multiple cards a turn, so if I don't kill them fast enough, then we're just going to lose. And I'm already, like, not doing great on this board anyway. Swing, no blocks. If they're swinging, they must be pretty confident that they can set up a defense. Hellish Sideswipe to kill that guy, sure. Oh man, not playing the land there fucked me, because I would have been able to draw a card off of it. Yep. And that's why you play your lands, kids. Alright. Activate. And now we're short on the Thunderhead Gunner. Yep. What a punt on my part. Alright, I don't have a good attack here, so I guess I just trade with the zombie token. Yeah, what a turnaround it would be if I'd done that correctly. I would have played the land, I would have had the 3 mana to draw on that turn, and then on this turn I would have been able to play Thunderhead, discard a land, possibly play something else. Block here. They are at 6, and I do have 2 more Lightning Strikes in my deck. Titan Gravestalker, this is going badly. This is going really badly. Oh my god. Play this. Ditch a mountain. Would have been able to play Crash and Burn this turn, so I have to... I'm actually just dead, right? They attack with everything. I have to block Mutant Surveyor. They just pump it a whole bunch. Our guy gets killed. What a difference it would have made. I wouldn't have gotten hit last turn. I would have been able to Crash and Burn, kill this guy. Yeah, alright, we're done. So I would have been 2 cards ahead if I'd played this correctly. Come on. Come on, Moto. Oh, Moto. You hurt my soul. Just want to see what the next 2 draws would have been. Alright, I can't take it. We're not waiting for that lag. Okay, I probably want to put this in the deck. Let's get rid of the second Tyrox and put this in. On the draw for match 3. That's kind of rough, but not bad enough to chuck. A blue-green deck, you say? Alright, well, we got nothing else to do this turn, so over to them. Nothing on 3. Alright, let's play Surveyor. Nothing again. Alright. Let's see if they do anything to this attacking them. Nope, nothing. Alright. Play Boom Scholar. 5th land. Finally casting Tarion. Alright, so this is 7... swing, either one trades with it if I cast Bestow Greatness. Can I survive at 9? Swing, swing, plus 5 plus 6? No, they actually exactly trade. Alright, well that being the case, let's combat, attack with both. And we'll probably just burn a Bestow Greatness. Block. Bestow Greatness. Yep. Alright. Trade there, take some more damage. Over to them. So they did nothing until turn 5 with the Tarion. Yep, I can actually crash and burn that, so let's just do this now. Get more damage in. Right, crash and burn. Target your guy. Swing. Max speed. Hazard. Glitch Ghost. Alright, well, let's just keep smacking them, I guess. They either take it or they block... Okay, well, they're just taking it, sure. Do I play Blockbuster here? I guess so. Play land, play this. Don't use the ability. So they can attack for a whole bunch, but then we're hitting them, like, they're at 10. Their best move's probably just to do nothing and exhaust Hazard. They're just gonna attack. Sure, we'll take it. Exhaust, you say? Alright, taking 9, going to 12. That is so greedy. We have 7 power in play and you're at 10. Alright. Well, they had a fight thing, so... Surveyor. Draw a card. Alright. Thunderhead. Activate Ditching a Forest. Alright, play... Greenbelt does more damage on our turn. Yeah, so play Greenbelt. Then swing here. And then the Glitch Ghost doesn't have an attack anymore, and Hazard also, I mean, it can hit us, but then we just absorb all the damage, and then they super die on the backswing. Because we're representing 5, 9, 12 damage of trample. Because 4... And then we can trample everything, yeah. Attacking with the Hazard, alright, no blocks. Go to 5. You got 1 card, what do you got? Because you need something pretty good on defense. Because otherwise you're just dead. Spike Shell Harrier. Well, that is pretty good. Bounce Thunderhead back to our hand. We drew another Thunderhead. So... This is awkward. 5, 8... They have to block 1 of them, but that's fine. Well, they just block here, right? So I go 5 attack. They don't actually have to block it, so I'm now on defense. Yeah, I guess we play Thunderhead Gunner, Tyrox, and just pass. So if this swings, I have to block it with... Probably want to absorb as much trample as possible, so I block with Thunderhead plus Gastel. Yeah, that's the most trample, that's the exact amount of toughness mitigated and also kills it. Oh, come on. So I can't block this, so I'm de facto at 3. So Tyrox goes in front of here to trade with it, and then this is 7, so I need to block 5 damage here, which I can't. So I'm actually just dead, right? Because I go block, block, block. And then I take exactly lethal. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Did nothing for 4 turns, and then has like Tarion into Ketrodon, into Hazard, into bounce removal. Insane. Alright, I haven't seen a single... Well, I guess Spike Shell Harrier is an artifact, so Gastel can kill it. Tyrox actually seems pretty lined up well with them. Let's cut Gastel, let's bring back in Tyrox. And I think that's it. Well, can't keep that. Molt. Alright, keep, chuck a land. I think I actually chuck Bestow Greatness and guarantee that I hit all my lands. Yeah. Alright, Tyrox. Okay. I would have liked to develop my board, but yeah, we just gotta kill that. I guess there's an argument for a swing, they trade, and then we go green belt. If they block, we get to trample, so combat, swing. Trample here. So then damage, play Scrap Compactor, go. Surveyor, And a fight spell? Come on, how do you have all of this? Alright, Jaguar. Yeah, Hazard. By saddle attack that can just double block. So we just play Surveyor and pass, I guess. Then scrap, kill the Surveyor next turn. Or wait or try to get a 6 mana and kill Hazard. Yeah, there we go. Alright, murder this thing. What? How do they always have a trick? Always. They always have one. What the fuck? Fine, fuck it. Saddle. Combat. If they double block, I kill your stupid Shape Thief. Block, block, yep. No attacks. Alright, combat. Swing. Block, sure. I actually shouldn't have played that land, because if I draw Thunderhead Gunner, I want it. Tarion, of course, of course, of course, of course. Alright, kill this now before they exhaust it. And then Tarion, we're dead in 3 hits, yeah. Okay, deck, I need to actually get something. Yeah. What the fuck? Wow. Actually bricked that league. These guys are surprisingly worse than I thought they would be, because a lot of times you just don't have the time to exhaust them. Like, they're fine, don't get me wrong, but they're no Gnarlid Colony, because the 1 extra mana, so it's 6 total instead of 5 total. These guys kind of suck. Definitely not a fan of them. And Silken Strength can be good, but I don't think they're good in our deck, because our creatures don't really have, like, the stats to make this actually good. Alright. Well, I guess that's where we leave it today. That was league number 17, 18, one of those. Pretty disappointing, to be honest. I think that Magic is greatly over-exaggerated how good of a game it actually is, and I think there's two things that mainly prop it up. The first is the gathering part of it, the social aspect. It's the, going to the local game store and playing at F&M. That significantly enhances the game. I find that Moto Arena, like, when you're not actually playing with people, it is a significantly worse game experience. That the game on its own is not nearly as fun as when you're playing with friends, and that's kind of a cop-out, because, like, any game can be fun when you're playing it with friends. Even bad games can be fun when you're playing them socially. The other thing is, I don't think that the game's mechanics, and especially Mana Screw and Mana Flood, survive the kind of gameplay that happens when you are grinding games digitally. So, for example, like, if how often do you get Mana Screwed? I'm not sure how many games it happens, but, let's say it's infrequent, but it happens enough that you notice it, right? If you go to, your Friday night Magic tournament, and you play a 4-round event, you play 4 matches, and you get Mana Screwed in one of those matches, you got Mana Screwed one out of 4 matches, right? And sometimes you won't get Mana Screwed, but sometimes you will, right? So it's not 1 in 4, but it's like, it happens enough that you'll remember it. But there'll be tournaments where you never get Mana Screwed, then there'll be tournaments where you get Mana Screwed in like 1 match, but on average, you're probably not getting Mana Screwed like multiple matches, right? So it's easier to forget about those and let those instances slide. But when you're grinding digital and you just are playing one game after another, then you notice the outliers a lot more. Because you're playing more matches, which means necessarily there are going to be more games where you get Mana Screwed, flooded, where your opponent has the perfect answer at all times, and therefore it becomes much more of a frustrating experience. The other thing is, I find that personally, I don't know why, I think it's an emotional reason that happens because of the social aspect of in-paper play, which is that I'm significantly more salty when I lose digitally than when I'm in person. I do think it's the social aspect to it. Like, if I am playing across from a real, actual, living, flesh and blood person, I can see them being excited and happy when they're winning. I can see when they're thinking. There's a social aspect that is cushioning the negative impact of losing. Whereas when you're playing digitally, none of that is the case. You're just playing a faceless person on your computer screen, which, while you intellectually know is a real person who actually exists on a computer somewhere else, emotionally it just feels like you're playing against the computer, and it feels like the computer is being unfair, right? It would be like the difference of if you played any other multiplayer computer game like StarCraft or something. There'd be a huge difference between whether you're playing an actual person or whether you're playing against the AI. Anyway, I would be fine playing another league, but I know that it's going to take me probably another 2 hours, and I don't want to commit that time right now. So I have other things to do. So I think we're going to end it here. We got some data from the Pro Tour. So the Pro Tour is tomorrow, but we have deck lists already. because the players have to submit them ahead of time. So right now, is this any larger if I... Yeah, okay. So right now we have... how many decks is this total? So there's 349 competitors, and almost 19% are on the Gruul Aggro Mouse deck. Then 16.6% is Esper Pixie, 15% Zur, Domain Zur, 6% is Jeskai Oculus. Huh. And then you have much lower percentages in like 3 and then 2.6 to 2.3 percentages in Mono Red Aggro, which Mono Red and Gruul are basically the same thing. So let's just call this 21% Red Aggro. Then Dimir Midrange, Dimir Bounce, which is not exactly the same as the Pixie deck, so fine. And then Azorius Oculus, so Oculus actually makes up about 8%. I don't know why they're splitting these up. Then Golgari Mid, Selesnya Cage, and then Other at 27.8%, which is a fair amount of like random other decks. Who knows what those all are. I mean, it's expected that Mice and Pixie were going to be heavily represented. I do find it a little disappointing that it's so heavily represented in the metagame. And I do feel like Standard's probably going to have to eat some bans. I think in particular, Monstrous Rage and this town are probably going to have to go. The reasoning being, Monstrous Rage just makes you... It's just too good. It's just flat out, that's the problem. It's just too good. It makes blocking basically impossible. You just get tons of damage out of nowhere in a way that you never really had before. The fact also that the trample persists in the form of the monster roll token means that even future blocks are also bad, and then you combine that with Manifold Mouse giving double strike. It's just way too much damage. And then the other card that has to go is this town, and the problem with it is not only is it really, really good for bouncing your own stuff, but it also basically invalidates all expensive creatures. Like, any creature that costs 4 or more is essentially invalidated if it doesn't have an immediate effect. So if your creature costs 4 mana and doesn't have an ETB trigger, it's basically unplayable. Because when, 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 decks you play against are this town decks, and you play, your expensive 4 or 5 drop and they just bounce it for 2 mana and then keep hitting you, all of those cards become unplayable. Like, it's shocking. There's other things that are just shocking to me, like, we have Zombify and Rite of the Moth in Standard right now, so we have 8 4-mana reanimation spells, and Reanimator is just not playable. And we have some really good reanimation targets. There's Atraxa, there's Vaultborn Tyrant, and there's Valgavoth. You would think that we would have a Reanimator deck, but they're just too slow. Like, against red aggro, if you're not doing anything in the first 3 turns, you're just going to die. And it also creates this problem of, let's say, yeah, you reanimate your huge, gigantic creature, and then they just have Screaming Nemesis, and they attack you. And then the Screaming Nemesis just deals tons of damage. And the other problem with it is, like, even if you have lifelink in the form of Atraxa or Valgavoth, then all they have to do is you block, they go before damage, burn my own Screaming Nemesis with, like, Torch the Tower or Burst Lightning, redirect the damage to you, you can't gain life anymore, then your huge 7 to 9 power creature blocks the Screaming Nemesis dies, triggers again, deals 7 to 9 damage to you, you just lose, right? And against the Pixie decks, they just have this town to bounce your... So you spend all this time setting up your reanimation, they bounce your giant creature back to your hand, and then just keep tempoing you. I'm surprised Zur is that represented. I would have thought it would have been a lot less. And I'm surprised, like, Golgari is so little represented. But other than that, this basically makes sense. Also, the fact that they've pushed Standard to a 3-year rotation means that things are going to get stale in a much worse way than they did before. Like, Standard already got stale at 2-year rotations, and it's getting even worse. And we're also getting the problem of, like, super huge card pools that have a lot of redundant cards. Just like one thing that immediately comes to mind is like they print Spectacular Pile-Up in Aetherdrift as your sweeper, but we already also have Split Up, Day of Judgment, and Sunfall. So there's basically no reason to play Spectacular Pile-Up. I know that they all are different, but I think you get what I mean. Anyway. Any more data here? Okay, so they actually break down the other decks in the percentages. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the top 10 is, that's what we know about. Gruul Leyline. Okay, that just sounds like Gruul aggro, but with Leyline of Resonance, so that really shouldn't be split up. Esper Paragon, don't know what that refers to. Paragon? What's in Standard that says Paragon? Standard Paragon. So it's Sarah Paragon? Sure. Omni Combo, Azorius Control, Jeskai Convoke, Roots, Jeskai Monument, Boros Convoke. I really don't feel like you should split these up. Like, yeah, okay, they're different colors, but they really can just be conglomerated into the same deck. Golgari Graveyard, which if I understand is different than Roots, it's like there's a bunch of creatures that cost less when you have creatures in your graveyard, so it's not a Roots deck. Golgari Obliterator, Dimir Enchantments, Delirium, that's the Afterburner deck, Bant Cage, Bant Gearhulk, Mono White Caretaker, okay, that's just tokens, Bonicorn, one off, 5-color Legends, Abzan Ketramos, Gruul Exhaust, Temur Exhaust, like Gruul Prowess, is this really different than Gruul Mice? Like, come on. Come on, guys. Come on. Have you played any Standard these days or any other format other than Draft? I've played a lot of Standard, yeah, so that's why I'm looking at this right now. I currently run the Raise the Past deck, which I see is not represented at all here. I doubt Orzhov Control refers to Raise the Past. Orzhov Midrange could refer to that, but that sounds wrong as well. It looks like just nobody has it. Huh. Do we have any more breakdowns here? Most played cards from Aetherdrift. Yeah, Ride's End, Spell Pierce. Yeah, okay, that'll make sense. How common is Oil Deep Gearhulk right now? Oil Deep, 22 copies represented, or is that decks or is that copies? I assume that's copies, yeah. So there are 15 decks main decking Gearhulk Oil Deep, and there's 7 sideboarded ones? Huh. Riptide is in 19 sideboards and 1 main deck. That is a weird breakdown, okay. Alright, well, Pro Tour tomorrow, I guess. What decks in Standard do you enjoy the least? Gruul. The bullshit mouse Monstrous Rage package. Fucking hate Monstrous Rage. Then next down on the list would be Nemesis, and then whatever the prowess one that Impulse draws when you target it is. Emberheart Wild Challenger, whatever it's called. Emberheart Challenger, yeah. Fuck all those cards, they're all bullshit. Everything else is basically fine except this town. This town needs to go too, but eh. That one doesn't boil my blood as much as the red cards. Anyway, that's going to do it for today. So if you showed up to the stream, hope you enjoyed yourself. I don't know. Are my salty tears tasty to you guys? Or do you wish I would calm the F down? Let me know. I'll see you on the next stream.